Today's episode of DragonCast covers censorship of video games. This topic has been a very political topic over the years, spanning all circles in governments and religion to a person's sensitive feels about themselves. While Lavistro Plays, and DragonCast doesn't normally cover such topics, it is important to note that games are free speech, and to dictate, that is not only to dictate what gamers can and cannot play, it is to dictate the individual on what they can and cannot do. We do not condone censorship and will be discussing the history, speculation, and reasons for such things, and the laws dictating free speech. If the topic offends you, then perhaps you too agree games are art and shouldn't be censored. Otherwise, you are a poser and a tourist, a Karen. And nobody likes a Puritan. But to coin Lavistro, I do not know, I just work here. To the rest of you, enjoy the show. Don't be a pussy or a Karen.
Lavistro wakes in the underground. Cyber Dragon host seizes the helm. Dive into the madness of virtual realms. Welcome to DragonCast. Fire breathing wine, screaming loud. Lavistro's here to shake the crowd. Psychotic dragon ready to ignite. Hold on tight, we're taking flight. From Gamergate to Goonergate, woke crusaders spew their hate. Lies unfold before our ears. Podcast rage to calm our fears. Reclaim gaming in DragonCast. Fire breathing wine, screaming loud. Lavistro's here to shake the crowd. Psychotic dragon ready to ignite. Hold on tight, we're taking flight. DragonCast. Worlds clash in endless collision. Gaming news with a fierce precision. With a spark so wild it breaks the norm. In the tempest eye, a face the score. Truth burns with a psychotic roar. Corrupt suits sneer what they despise. DragonCast will open your eyes. Integrity found in DragonCast. Fire breathing metal, screaming loud. Lavistro's here to shake the crowd. Psychotic dragon ready to ignite. Hold on tight, we're taking flight. DragonCast. DragonCast. Of justice cut through the dark. Lavistro's roar ignites the spark. A dragon's heart fiercely defends the gaming world. Our passion ascends. This is DragonCast. DragonCast.
And we're live, everybody, and welcome to another episode of DragonCast. I hope my sound is perfect here. We always have sound problems on DragonCast and Lavistro Plays and everything else. Excuse me. Before we continue, I want to make a couple of pointers out. Apparently, pinging all of y'all in shout outs for DragonCast as I do per tradition. Elon Musk doesn't like that and has says my account has unusual activity. I've been a very, very bad dragon. Yes. So until I get the email to verify my account, we probably won't be able to showcase certain tweets. Sorry guys. I would love to have done that. Also, it is thundering out where I'm at right now, and I might lose power. If that happens, I will let Bo know and discuss thing, and they'll let everyone else know. But I'm the only one that can end the stream, so that's going to be kind of interesting. That being said, I want to welcome everyone into the chat first. We have the Fitch King. I hope I said that right. Welcome. Sergeant Garatina, one of my OG supporters. This old fucker here, Bet Gamer Roshifus, welcome. We have our special guest, Discuss Thing. Oh, no. Everyone grab your raincoats in case Discuss Thing decides to play his guitar. She's going to sploosh all over y'all. And one of my greatest mods. Gamers Republic, hello. Hello. And I think that's it for now. But before we get into the topic, let's welcome the panelists. Dash couldn't be here today. I think he's doing things with his family. No, I didn't fire him. But Bo, how you doing? What's been going on with you this whole week?
You remember a while ago, one of my games that I featured at the end of it was Star Rupture, and that came out for single player play testing.
Mm-hmm.
And I will tell everybody that game, I didn't run into any issues, and it will be an addiction if you get started on it, if you like that kind of thing. That game is freaking awesome. And plus, we did Satisfactory last night, but I just started playing Satisfactory, which is similar, and that game is going to be just as addicting.
Dude, me and Scene were BBC. We were playing it last night up until 6 a.m. I looked at the corner of my eye out my window. I saw the sun coming. I'm like, oh, shit.
Yeah, I've got a couple different single players going on that because I had so much built on my first game, and I didn't like the way it was built, and I was like, instead of starting over, instead of destroying everything, I'm just going to start over.
Yeah, that's what Scene and I did last night. We were trying to reorganize everything for the last time we were playing with everybody, and it was making me have an eye twitch. It was organized chaos. Like everything was everywhere. So this is before you joined in. Actually, I think you were in that server. So you saw us messing around and shit. Yeah. And then we went with Scene server and we built an organized system. Like everything was nice, organized. And then then I started having more problems. By the way, people, there's a reason why I have a strict no de novo stance. When I was crashing on my games streams for the past few days and found some more de novo files I thought I got rid of. That thing is like herpes. It just does not go away. That being said, Valkyrie Winner, also hello. Yes, it's food time for you, but not for us. We're all straight here. But now we have a special guest, Discuss Thing. So I speak for all my viewers and viewers who come by later after we're live and done and going to sleep or doing other greater things, who see you on a thumbnail and don't know who the fuck you are. So please tell everyone, who the fuck are you? Why the fuck are you here? And why should my viewers care?
Greetings. First of all, thank you for having me here. Greetings to the chat as well. Greetings to everyone. My name is Helvo, and I am discussing, or at least that's how people call me. I'm also from a beautiful place in the world called the Balkans, and I am a bit of a blabbermouth when it comes to me talking and doing stuff. I'm here because I received a very gracious invite from you, and I'm very happy to have accepted it because I like doing these things. I like doing these kind of streams, meeting new people, meeting people for more than once, especially people who are based, who are thinking, and basically who were kind of not absolute, how should I put it, mentally deficient nowadays.
Mhm.
So happy to find these people, especially since it's been over a year already since I've returned to YouTube. I have been on YouTube for the past decade, on and off. I was initially a reaction channel, and now I'm doing basically stuff that I actually like, and I'm doing it for the right reasons. Finally,
Yes. Yeah, so that's the thing I will say. Everyone makes complaints about stuff. Like, for example, people complain about YouTube. I complain about Rumble being a corpo. You know, that's me. I'm a very anti-corporation, which is ironic because Lavistro Plays is part of Psycho Dragon Studios, my game studios, which is an LLC, a fucking corporation, a single owner corporation. So I'm at. I guess you can imagine how snarky I am at myself. But I kind of had to, otherwise I would get like the IRS would ruin me with taxes because if I do sole proprietor, it would just be brutal. But yes, I remember seeing you. I didn't know who you were until I saw you follow me on X, and that's later on I discovered you were a YouTuber, and I always try to support content creators, so I followed you. And I didn't really get to interact with you much. I mean, we did have some interactions earlier in the year on X, but it wasn't until I saw you were streaming and I tried to do an unofficial raid, which I gave everyone your link and we just went over there. And from there, it's hard from our hours, but we tend to still communicate. And I seen you retweet my stuff. X is a bitch. Sometimes it doesn't want to let me see your stuff, even though I follow you. And I said, I want to see all your notifications. But you've been posting some base stuff. I wish I could share those things, but hopefully after, a while in the stream, Elon Musk will cool his head off and realize I'm just a snarky dragon and a fucking idiot with a camera. That's all I am. I don't do all these things just to be a bot and scam people. I'm just an idiot. But yeah, so you said you started streaming 10 years ago, almost a decade, you said.
Yeah.
What started? Did you just wake up one day and says, I want to do a YouTube video? Or you saw, let's say, Mr. Beast and say, oh, he's making millions. I can make what caused you to say, I'm going to open my mic and I'm going to do my shit?
So the thing that prompted me to start YouTube was not let's say the correct way, like content creation, just expressing myself. It is part of that because when you said you're anti-corporate, I'm very anti-corporate. Like, I've been in corporations all my life. I've been only companies behind a computer, going from small to big companies all my life, having a 9-hour work days for as long as I can fucking remember. And it's always the same with every company that I've been. And I woke up, like, I was working in gambling there. Like, I was part of the anti-money laundering team. And I woke up one day, I was like, I don't fucking want to do this. I want to be creative, because one of the other things that I am like 25 years almost, it's been that I'm a musician, mainly guitarist, and I wanted to do creative stuff. And what I do, like, okay, I do enjoy talking. I can do this YouTube thing. I've seen some creators. I've seen some the reaction videos were very, very popular at the time, and that was sad to say. That was my initial push. I was like, yeah, I can do that. I can react. I can talk about stuff, and I did. I never was one of those reaction channels that were the only are gonna sit in one spot through the whole video and just say, okay, that was cool. Like, that was the main hate against all reaction channels. Even back then, I was trying to provide commentary. Even then I started slowly branching out, started putting out a little bit like more edited videos, started streaming at one point. Then stuff happened in my life and I stopped doing that. Then I tried to go back to it, like 2020, 2022. Didn't work out because life was still very, very complicated back then. And last year I was like, all right, you know what? I'm done. I'm not getting any younger. I want to do those stuff. I want to revive my channel, and basically my channel is the same channel as it has been always. And I was like, yeah, I'm gonna talk about stuff. That's when I discovered creators like Hypno, like Smash JT, like Nerdrotic, like all those channels that were increasingly talking about the worsening situation with movies, with video games, the bad video games, and these people were speaking their mind against that, and they were actually providing a voice. Because when you're not doing that, especially a few years ago when you weren't doing that, you were like, okay, so we can complain, but nothing's really gonna happen because this is like huge stuff, and they're gonna do whatever they like. And then I discovered that when you actually do have enough people, and that was like something that I was dreaming about for years, to have enough people with enough people behind them, enough people that watch them that actually can make a difference. And when I saw, and that's funny enough, the Sonic debacle, the first Sonic movie, when the internet just went absolutely bananas, and it managed to bully a fucking studio into actually doing a proper Sonic. And I was like, okay, people can do that now. It is different than it was before. And that's what pretty much started me, like the slow process of me returning to YouTube.
Yes. What would you say was the biggest challenge? Like, for example, when I started streaming, I think I've told you off before we started all this. I don't consider myself an actual streamer. I'm just an idiot with a mic. And I started because I wanted to showcase Enshrouded, a game that was out that was in early access, and I didn't want to show my face, so I had a dragon gif that I had made playing on loop to represent me, because when I came to Hypno's server, I had a dragon icon and people always just called me a dragon, so I just rolled with it. I mean, I do like dragons, I won't lie. If there was a crazy cat, if there's a crazy cat lady, there's obviously a crazy dragon guy, me. If there's a dragon, I'm obsessed with it. But that turned out to people saying I'm a VTuber and this and that. So then I just obviously had this model now. But I was told that if you have a channel that has no content for so long, it won't get into the algorithm. You will have a hard time and everything else. And I was like, well, my channel's 9 years old. It's been through many different names before I ended up using Lavistro, even before Hypnotic. There was a time, like, for example, in Geek Skinner, there was a time I went by another name, and where I had Conan's picture on it, the Conan the Barbarian, and I was sending super chats like crazy. And then one day I just changed the name because I didn't like it, and I learned you can change your YouTube name, right? But my biggest challenge was figuring out how to reach out. Like, I don't care about monetization. I keep telling people I want 500 subscribers because I want to put emojis in the chat. And then Stark says, oh yeah, you do realize, like, I overlooked this crucial part. You do realize they're going to have to be members in order for them to use the emojis. I'm like, shit, that's right. Right. So for you, what was the hardest thing about, or hardest challenge as a streamer? Or even if it's still happening today, what would you say is the hardest challenge?
The hardest challenge, if we're talking about keeping up with what we do as content creators, is keeping any moniker of a schedule, especially with a day job. So, because like, I still have my day job, I still like primarily my main source of income is not YouTube. It is my day job, which is 9 hours each day, Monday to Friday. So keeping a schedule of video uploads is, especially video uploads, is like abysmal. I sometimes do, like, at the beginning when I returned, I was very focused on that. I actually didn't stream last year almost at all, and I was like, just focus on videos, and I would put out a video every day. But that pretty quickly turned out to be a very very huge burnout situation. I was like, after 2-3 weeks, I was like, okay, this is getting heavy, and this is not the like, I don't want to do this in the way that it will make me hate it, because that's what my job is for. I want to do this because I enjoy it, and I want to do it in my own pace. And sadly, with the day job, the pace is not very consistent, especially throughout the week. Weekends, it's good. Weekends, I stream every weekend, usually both days, unless something happens, or I have something else to do, and I stream at the same hour. Now, I would like to stream more, but again, I need to prioritize the life, and currently what's being allowing me to do this as a side gig currently. So that's pretty constricting, especially when you have after work duties, when you have to, let's say, take care of the house, you have to go do some stuff, you have some chores or anything. And that is basically what's been the biggest challenge so far, and it's still ongoing. And it's kind of a loop, because you want to do more, but you don't have the time all the time, and you want to do a consistent schedule, but you can't because something always comes up, especially in my case. And at the same time, not being able to be consistent, basically, in the current algorithm, and I think in all algorithms, it's kind of messing up with your with how the algorithm perceives you as a channel.
Mm-hmm.
And that is one of the most detrimental, because before, when I was uploading more, I would get, I don't know, up to several thousand views per video. Now I'm kind of struggling to get 100.
Oops. Yeah. I get lucky sometimes. I won't lie. So I don't get a lot of subscribers. Go ahead, Bo.
That new algorithm going out now, I mean, before February, this all rolled out February. I don't have a big channel, and in my live streams, sometimes I'll get, 10 or 15 concurrents. That's cool. That's the most I had. This is in February. And since February, even my pre-recorded, I get less than half of what views I used to get. I mean, it killed it. And in my live streams, I'm lucky to get 3, 4, or 5. And most of the time, concurrence while I'm streaming, most of the time that's people that I know.
Yep.
Because it's just not getting pushed out in the algorithm.
That's another thing, viewers. If you're watching, it would be very polite and kind of you to share the stream out, like the stream, chat, and now YouTube wants you to comment on the stream. And for you Rumble viewers, I'm actually noticing we're not getting any comments. So I'm checking. Okay, no one's in there. Or no one's chatting in there. But if you at least repost the stream, it helps us get broadcast, and we can share our discussions and topics, especially if you like it.
Yeah.
So that helps everyone out. You never know. You never know. I discovered discuss things just from him following me. We might discuss another gym. Another one that we've met was on Rumble, and it was just a random thing. I was just clicking on gaming videos to watch. But there's this dude. He's on Rumble, and he does Twitch as well. He's a VTuber, like a femboy VTuber, called Hat Team Epic. And when I saw him on Rumble, there was people that were attacking him on Rumble. He wasn't doing anything political. It's just because he had a femboy VTuber model. And they're saying stuff like, a real man this, real man that. And I was like, I told my buddies like Mikey, Bo, and everybody's like, hey, if you could do me a favor and come by and just give him a like. He's being ratioed. He's got no likes. He's got 6 dislikes, and he's about to, I felt like he was about to break down, because these people are like the worst on Rumble. That's if you say that's not true on Rumble, well, I can bring up that live stream for people. I was like, yeah, it happened. He joined our community, went over and supported him, gave him a like. We still communicate with him. Brought him on our Discord to help him out whenever he streams. We go down and support. And he's an awesome gamer, but that was just because someone recommended that to me, and I was wanting to watch videos, and pushed into the algorithm. So yeah, that helps everyone.
It is one thing that, especially that you mentioned, like when he was this guy was being ratioed, like, I mean, it's so that's something that I've been not struggling, but very very angry with the internet for years now. The internet as a whole gives you the kind of that sense that you can react primarily only based on what you see.
Yes.
And sadly, what you see, that's the other thing, that it has proven that sadly a lot of times what you see is exactly what you think first. However, what you said, like he had a fanboy avatar, okay,
Yeah.
but sure, consider that he is actually on Rumble, so might want to hear him out, because Rumble is not exactly the place for, you know,
Gamers.
people who don't have, yeah, but also people who don't have at least based views, like, because Rumble is kind of the escape from YouTube, like at least it's trying to be.
Yeah.
Not very successfully, granted, because it's still like the whole settings and stuff are very very behind, but still, like when you go on a place that actually doesn't enforce any censorship on something, then you do know that he's putting himself out in the open. And yeah, he like he had that avatar, but stay
Yeah.
15-20 seconds before attacking him, and that's something that people don't do.
See what he's got to say.
Yeah.
Yeah,
You
exactly.
never judge a book by its cover, as the old saying goes.
Absolutely.
Didn't your parents ever teach all that? That's what I usually tell people.
Sadly, exactly what parents don't teach children that anymore, and that's why we have laws that are going to protect children, because apparently parents are no longer able to protect them and to actually beat or
And
talk.
it's ironic
Sensibly.
because it was the laws that restricted the parents.
Yep.
I'm a parent and I should know this definitely. I still don't listen. I don't break the law, but at the same time, I take people's opinions about my parenting under advisement. I know I'm not going to be dad of the year, but I know that, you know, when I go for smokes, my son knows I'm coming back. Just putting that out there. I'm also a single parent, full-time single parent. I won custody of my son, you know, so I do give a shit about my kid, and I know exactly what he's watching and what he's doing, what he's thinking. But I do believe that people, my view is people are tribal, and it doesn't have to be right versus left politics. You got your manosphere, you got your anti-woke community, you got your posers, you got. It's like that. You ever listen to American songs? I know you're in Europe, right? So have you ever heard of the band Bowling for Soup?
No, I never heard of them.
Back in the early 2000s, they had a song called "High School Never Ends," and it compares celebrities and a lot of people to high school cliques, like Bill Gates, captain of the chess club. I think it was Paris Hilton, the high school cheerleader, Brad Pitt, captain at all-star quarterback or something like that. And I was just complaining about all these, you know, drama that you think you'd be gone when she left high school. It just keeps going. That's literally the internet.
Yep, but it is an ongoing popularity contest.
Oh, wow. Sonya seems to love that band. Maybe I need to change my taste in musics. I'm concerned now. But yeah, so what would you say is what keeps you going as a streamer? Like obviously we look out there, we see a lot of people like to do the drama because, you know, bad news attracts the eyeballs, and the eyeballs create dollars on YouTube, but not just that, but also on, you know, the news, right? The news also always puts on negative news. What keeps you going when you stream? Like what says, I'm going to keep pushing, I'm going to keep doing this?
the thing that keeps me going is very clear. I get to be myself. I get to be who I am. I get to express my opinions. I get to express my views. I don't care if anyone likes them or not. And one other thing, I get to meet amazing people. And I'll give you one example. So I don't know if you know what, and I'm not defending Europe or everything, but like you've probably seen like short videos about how Europeans think of Americans, how Americans think of Europeans. Like that ongoing. One is stupid, one is old school, one is a pompous prick. Stuff like that. So, uh, some of the best people that I've met in the last year are all Americans, and they're one of the smartest people I have met. So preconceptions were like absolutely blown away because we, in the 90s, especially in Eastern Europe, we were fed the American dream a lot, especially after the fall of the socialist rule. Then in the 2000s, we were fed the other thing, like the hellhole that is supposedly everything in the West. And with the internet, we get to experience everything for ourselves. And like, me meeting so many amazing people that with so many different views, with so many goals in life, and just overall having one overall goal to be out there, to say their piece, to fight their fight, and to not to not submit to either corporate rules or the leftist rules or censorship and everything, and just fight for that small freedom of being able to express yourself on the internet and being able to enjoy what you want to enjoy as a game, as a movie, and say your opinion as a consumer. That is one of my biggest motivations to keep going. Like, we are consumers first and foremost. We consume our games, we consume our movies, we consume our content, and we do have the right to have a good say and a good voice at what that content should be, and if it's good for us. We don't need to submit to people who say you are going to like this. No, I'm not. It's not good, and I have a voice, and I'm going to use it. That's it.
Yes, I believe that's a excellent way to keep going motivated. I go because, well, for me, I try to make Lavistro plays my nightly streaming things I do late at night here in the U.S. A thing because, well, I don't know if you were aware, but I'm going to say, like, obviously you can tell Bo's a veteran. I'm also a veteran. I'm disabled with PTSD and TBI. And games for me is literally I'm required to play at least 1 hour a day on video games for my PTSD. That's why I'm able to do all this stuff and not be, I guess, going berserk and snapping at random moments. I literally cannot hold a job. They put me, they had me at non-workable for like 5 years. And then they put me back because I fought for it tooth and nail not too long ago. So I could at least stream. I was like, obviously, I'm going to get paid doing this one day. I don't want to be, but let's put this out there that I'm doing a 1 hour stream so y'all could know that I'm doing what y'all want me to do. I mean, I'll play video games anyways. I don't care, but you get the idea. But what motivates me is just people coming by and telling me, for example, that they're grateful that I covered this game, or I talk about that game, or I'm talking about things no one else is talking about. Like, I covered the Ubisoft Driven court case, and whenever new things come on that, I cover it, while everyone else is focused on all those other popular things. Like, well, did you look at the man behind the curtain? Did you know BAFTA was over at the Game Awards and they were doing a strike for censorship of games? Did you know Visa MasterCard, like for example, Visa MasterCard's been doing this for about this whole thing that we're going to talk about. We talked about last time. We might mention again this time. They've been doing this since the early 2000s. It was they literally got themselves into power in Japan for a feud they had with JCB. Because of that, they were able to set things in motion to where they can, in my personal view, act as a testing ground, a controlled test experiment to see how far they can get away with controlling the markets. So, yeah, that's if you want to see what you're gonna experience in Europe and America, in my view, go look at Japan. You're literally gonna think you're reading a script for RoboCop. It's literally OmniCorp. I kid you not. But that being said, let's go ahead and get into your gaming history. What was the first game you recall playing? And if you don't mind me asking, how old were you?
So, first game I remember playing was it was the end of the 90s. I think it was 1997, 98. I was 8 years old back then, and a neighbor in my building, his father was one of the first ITs in the country, like the first proper ITs, and we had a Bulgarian company that was making computers, actual computers that were actually shipped out, called Pravets. It's one of our cities, and they had the DOS system, and we were playing the Prince of Persia game. It was amazing. Like, it was like green and black screen, everything. Like, one of the first game, we would go to his house every day. Then my cousin, who lived right across me, got an Atari. We played a bunch of games then, and the first game I played on a console that I owned was, I don't know if you know what a Terminator console is. It's basically a Nintendo console, but in a pseudo Sega Mega Drive 2 casing. Basically, it is a Nintendo console, like a classic Nintendo console, but just in a more fancy casing.
Mm-hmm.
And it had a little bit different controllers. And then we would play stuff like Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles, the Flintstones, Mortal Kombat, stuff like that. Like, always. And that's pretty much the games that we played a lot, because we didn't get computer clubs up until the early 2000s. Not really. We didn't have like computer clubs that we would go and play, because computers were extremely expensive. Like, only I think several government agencies had Windows, and trust me when I say it, the postal services in Bulgaria were on DOS up until 10 years ago.
Hold on a quick second. Bo, I think File 13 asked this question for you. Who's the lady behind you? He's on his phone and can't see it.
Oh, okay. Well, that is Sarah the Sumerian. She is the character I play in all my Conan Exiles videos that I stream or pre-record.
Yes, if you want to know more, you're going to have to subscribe to Vet Gamer Voice Chiefest. Moz, if you can put his link in the chat for him, you'll have to watch his videos. They are freaking awesome.
But, I created her, and the persona. I'm very secure in my manhood. I will tell you that. I love playing female characters because I just like looking at good-looking women, even if I create them. And she is a badass.
There we go. That actually brings us to an excellent question that I was going to ask. I try to shake up and I have different questions every time. But discuss thing, do you play RPGs?
I do.
Do you play games with character customizers?
Oh yeah. Like, I'm currently playing, by the way, Tainted Grail, which is currently. Really, I love that game and I hate that game, by the way.
Yeah.
It's very. First of all, I'm a huge fan of Viking music, stuff like that. And one of the things that basically grabbed me was the Danheim music. The whole music is by Danheim, by Einar Selvik, who is a part of several Viking tribal bands in Europe. And like this grabbed me in the whole Arthurian pseudo Elden Ring Dark Souls stuff. Woo, you're moving a lot.
My son's over here trying to get my attention.
It was a whole thing, and I liked it, and I love the progression of this game. I do hate the unbalancedness when you have quests and stuff like that, but yeah, it's a double A Polish game, and it's, I think, their first, not, or their second game like it. Nice. And I do love RPGs with character customization, because you can do a lot of freaky shit.
Yeah. So I saw something up here. I'm going to ask it before I reveal it. When you play video games where you can customize your character, which do you prefer to be as? Do you prefer to be a male or female character, and why?
Oh, male. I love a male, because I want to kind of. It is, I think, very classic. I think I want to immerse myself in the most way. I don't particularly copy how I look like in the game. I don't go for that, but I go for something similar. And that way, if I see my character on screen, like let's say I'm gonna just put it out there with Mass Effect, it's kind of like I see myself in the role. It's kind of it kind of helps with the immersion. Yeah. And because I do, and you mentioned how you play at least 1 hour, and like it helps you. It helps me as well, because the escapism and the level of escapism that I experience is very important. And if I cannot immerse myself in a game as much as possible, and if the game doesn't provide me with that, it just doesn't work. It's not to say that I don't play games without character customization and that they're not amazing, but when you have one, I tend to kind of go as much as possible to basically have myself in there.
Yes, I actually play as a male character myself, and for similar reasons. Like one of my favorite book series is The Wheel of Time, and even though it's talking about Randall Thor, I envision myself as Randall Thor when I'm reading the book. I try to see through the eyes of the character as I'm reading the book. When I play a video game, it's the same thing. For example, I'm going to have to bring it back. I was playing it for a whole month. I'm trying to take a break from it now because after my granddad died in the summer, or earlier in the summer, I was having a hard time like wanting to play other games other than something that's going to let me just lose myself in the world. And so I played Conan Exiles and created a series called Lavistro Depict, where I literally run around and pick this war chief armor playing Conan. And the thing about Lavistro Depict is, his ESG scores are off the roof. Let's just put it that way. He doesn't hire your white male. He doesn't hire any males at all. He doesn't make friends with the males. He takes all the girls clubbing, and they're so grateful they decide to, work for him. Let's just put it that way. If you've ever played Conan Exiles, you know exactly what I'm talking about. So I use the character customization features to change their looks a little bit, the thralls. But it's, I immerse myself in the Exile lens as that, or like Mass Effect. I'll play as what I view as the canonic Captain Shepard. That's a whole big debate, right? There's a debate on that one, because they'll say like technically
Let me interrupt here. I do play male tunes.
I didn't
That's
say
all I'm going to say. No, I'm known for Sarah the Sumerian, but I do play male tunes. Okay, that's it. Go ahead.
Yeah, no,
I just wanted to clarify that I do play male tunes.
Yeah. Yes, Spell 13. You got 2 vets on this thing. You got Lavistro the Dragon, obviously, you know that, and you got Vet Gamer with Sheephus. You should check him out. His channel was started to help other veterans and everything else like that. So you should do that.
Lavistro was an army puke. I was Air Force.
I was from big 100-pound rounds. And making sure I don't hit a Walmart parking lot. But where was it? So the Finch King says, I always choose a female character rather than look at the back of a female. I'm assuming he says he'd rather look at the back of a female character than a male character. That is a common response to why people play female characters. But here's my question. Why would you look at the back of a male character? That says more about you than anyone else. And that's my perspective. Like when I'm playing a video game, I'm not even looking at my character too much. I'm looking at the screen, trying to see where the enemies are coming from, where I got to go, this and that. If I was playing a female character, and there's proof of me doing this with the First Descendant, okay, I played as was it Freyna, Bo? The one I usually play with the nerd out, the maid outfit.
Yeah,
it was Freyna, right?
Yeah.
I'm running around crazy, and you had Scene and Furious Stan following me, and they're like, "Lavistro, where are you going?" I was like, "Oh, I don't know. I'm just enjoying the environmental art." But you can tell that I'm not even looking at if you watch my stream, I'm not looking at the environment. I'm looking. You see her going up and down because the physics of her maid skirt's going up, and I'm looking at her black thong every time.
Yeah,
so I'm like, you can't play like that.
I can agree with the Finch King on that. Because sometimes it's very helpful to, especially like with games like Stellar Blade, let's say.
Yeah.
If Stellar Blade had a male character, I can absolutely assure you that nobody would play him, not even women.
No.
Also, let's say the game that I played before the Stellar Blade was Expedition 33, and I was often just run around with the female characters because again, it's nice to have them. However, let's say with Mass Effect, just when you have the camera angles, they're not for that reason. Because let's be honest, Stellar Blade does have kind of that as a reason to have to give you that visual experience. So you wouldn't put a robe on Eve in Stellar Blade. You would go for a little bit more, let's say, revealing outfits, and you would enjoy that. But with other games that don't particularly cater to that, like Mass Effect didn't particularly cater to that, even though it had a lot of like good eye candy material. You could choose the male characters because you mainly see, like, if I remember correctly, above the waist, like when you're walking. So yeah, you don't see exactly all the specs.
I'm going to say the only good excuse to play a female character goes to Henry Partridge. He was, I don't know if he's still around, but he's a YouTube creator that used to make rap videos and stuff with his one friend back when Elder Scrolls Skyrim and Elder Scrolls Online came in. Because when Elder Scrolls Online was announced, he made a song about Elder Scrolls Online and talks about how he said goodbye boobs, goodbye girlfriend, goodbye mom, goodbye pop, right? And then he says, I'm going to eventually get me an elven wife. And at the end of the song, he looks at this, you see this big, busty, blonde elf chick, right? In like a tavern wench outfit. And he looks at her. It's all animated. He goes, "You're a chick in real life, right?" And then with a very deep baritone voice, he goes, "Yes."
Yep.
The only reason you play a female is to troll the horn dog sims out there that think you're a literal female player. That's it.
Oh, yeah.
I've done that so many times.
Oh yeah, that was a very huge thing in World of Warcraft when it first began. Like, especially with the dances and with everything and what everyone was doing back then was so many traps were laid by a lot of people.
I'll confirm or deny nothing about laying traps.
Ooh,
that was back when I could play with a mouse and keyboard. I get bad shakes now that sometimes, like if I play Demonologist or something where I had to force myself to play mouse and keyboard, you will see the camera shake. This is why I use a controller with the First Ascent and everything else. Is it better to use a mouse and keyboard? 100%. I'll give you that. But when you have shakes, it's no longer better because your mouse is sensitive. My mouse is super sensitive when I used to play it. But to answer File 13's question, I can't play a lot of war games. It sets off my PTSD. That's why you don't see me playing Call of Duty or Battlefield or stuff. I could watch it, and if it doesn't set me out, then I try it. But it's very like I could play Halo, even though the United Nations Space Marines weapons are based on the sounds are from actual weapons that I've shot and fired. I can still play that game because it's a lot of sci-fi. For me, for some reason, my brain doesn't start saying, "Oh, you're back in Iraq again." I tried playing Call of Duty Modern Warfare when I came back from Iraq, and let's just say the way the first few levels where you're going through Iraq and the Humvee patrols and all that stuff. This is like I think it was the first or second game. I couldn't play it. I was literally in a catatonic state where my roommate came in, slammed the door, and I just flipped off. So he ended up playing it for me just to get me through those levels so I could finish the rest of the game. But yeah, no, I can't play those games, but I'm happy to watch people who do. I try to watch as much as I can because games are supposed to be fun.
One thing, just say go to private. Dash is here, I think.
Say again?
Dash is here.
Oh yeah. I am so sorry, Dash. I did not mean to ignore you.
Man, you really bulked up.
Show.
Hey, yeah, sorry, I thought we were starting at 7 again. Hey,
you were hitting the gym, right? Hello.
Yeah. Hey, I hope everyone's doing well. And yeah, actually, I do believe like Harry Partridge's first video was on Skyrim. I'm not sure if he did Elder Scrolls Online, but he often does sequels. And yeah, he still makes stuff.
I can't remember if it was him or his buddy, but like there was two people. They're British that rap. The one that does the animated videos usually doesn't rap a lot, but Harry Partridge is one of those two is still going on. He made the Minecraft creeper video and all that stuff. The other one, kind of like got lost in the algorithm.
One of his newer things, he made a classic Resident Evil parody called Ghost Bleed. And it was just like a complete like Resident Evil parody. It was really funny. But it also made fun of Metal Gear. It was just basically just making fun of the PlayStation era in general. Tanuki picture.
It's like we started an interesting conversation about female versus male characters. UFA Mega goes, if you aren't looking at your character, why does its gender matter? It doesn't really matter per se. It's more of what's the gamer's taste. I always believe in playing games your way. But when you pick a character, be it male or female, I always kind of want to know what's the story behind it. And you know what? My viewers had the right to know.
There,
I'm a journalist.
Another reason why I play females in Conan Exiles is if you've played it, if you've climbed up a cliffside on a male character in their opening outfit, the loincloth, that's why.
But could you drop your link to your YouTube channel? File 13 is asking for it.
Oh yeah.
I'm trying to do interview and parent thing at the same time, so I can't.
I know.
You're able to get to your channel easier than I can. And Scooby Pup's here. How you doing, Scooby Pup?
Hey,
I hope everything's going well for you. Let's see. So, quick question to change the subject: Mario or Sonic?
Sonic for me.
Mario. I grew up on the dude. Not.
And goodbye. Thank you for showing up to discuss thing. You spoke heresy. We do not speak Mario in this thing because Sonic was fucking awesome. I haven't done that for a while.
I fucking knew it.
But for those who don't know, because you were too young to play video games, or you weren't playing video games because it wasn't cool for you back then, the very first console war was literally Mario versus Sonic, and friendships were made or destroyed based on who you chose. Or you could say we just did an Easter egg.
I like both franchises. I just like Sonic kind of like Mario was more like for younger kids, and Sonic, it was more for like angsty teenagers.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
You put me on the spot.
Mm-hmm.
That happens a lot in
I missed
on
last
Rumble.
week. I missed last week, Dash, and I think I missed you the last 2 weeks. And you've been working out. It looks like,
Oh yeah, I just debuted my new model. Though I am going to get my head enlarged because people say my head is too small.
It is. I keep forgetting to tell you that because I didn't want to say it live on stream.
No, don't worry. My modelist is my modelist and rigger are getting it both fixed. It's just that communication has not been great since English is not his first language. But I do believe he is working on it.
Mm-hmm.
This has been in the works for a long, long time, and eventually I'll be able to take the tank top off like I can in the with my other.
This is a Christian channel. This is a wholesome channel. We do not want our channel demonetized, so no taking off of the tanks here. Unless you have big boobas, then I will say, it was worth it.
Then yes.
Okay, I better put on my slightly vampirish outfit then, so I can cover up my my giant like ballooning pecs.
So, what would you say is your guilty pleasure? Discuss thing. When I say guilty pleasure, like when it comes to video games, everyone says this game sucks. And if you mention on stream, people are going to give you shit for it. But you don't fucking care. That's your guilty pleasure. You're going to play it. It makes you feel good. You'll come back to it. It has replay value for you. What game is that? We won't judge you here. I swear to God, I will not remove you off the stream. None of that. Unless it's an actual illegal game that we would have to call the police on you, obviously.
Just before, so this is the first time I was booted off the panel for saying something. So yeah, at least we popped that. Okay, this is actually a very good, like an amazing question. I have never thought about something being a guilty pleasure. I don't know. I truly don't know. I want to say Minecraft. But Minecraft is like, because I love playing Minecraft when I would just want to. Yeah, this is. Yeah, yeah. Working out Dragon. KCD2. I never haven't gone around to it. I want to say Minecraft, but Minecraft is not that like shitty game. It's just a game.
Say, okay, so when I say guilty pleasure, I don't mean it has to be controversial. It actually has to like this is a game like you don't care if what everyone else thinks. You'll still play it.
I got one. So I used to play some of my sister's Barbie games, and the Barbie Detective and Barbie Super Sports were, especially Barbie Super Sports. Oh my God, that was a fucking great game.
Yes, I can see that, but you have so much testosterone, it trunks your head. So I will give you a pass card on Barbie's Big Adventure. I won't even give you shit for it.
It was Barbie Super Sports.
What's the difference? They're literally the same as the very first.
But the gameplay, Lavistro, the gameplay, you had to do all these tricks. It was like Tony Hawk, but on PC.
Did she at least have big booba and a big ass?
Yeah, I think so. They were allowed to do that back then.
Yeah, back then.
So I do.
I need to get that clip. Just for that. I need to get that clip whenever it comes up again. You know the reference. You know the reference behind that one is.
I do not. Do I?
You ever watch South Park?
Yes.
You ever watch the episode where everyone was playing World of Warcraft?
Oh yeah. Well, actually, one of the nice episodes.
I think it was Kyle or Cartman went after Butters about his second gameplay. It's like, what the fuck, Butters? Like that you said you play every time. He's like, yeah, I do. I play Hello Kitty Island Adventure.
Yeah,
So, like
yeah. Because they were trying to get someone like more people to go
take down the guy.
Mm-hmm.
I have one game, by the way, like that, and a lot of people didn't like it, but I enjoyed for many reasons. The Devil May Cry reboot by Ninja Theory.
Oh, really?
Several reasons. Not gonna say the story. The story is like when I played that game, I was basically just focusing on the soundtrack, because the soundtrack is made. Half of the soundtrack is by one of my favorite bands in the whole world, Combi Christ, and like that soundtrack made the game for me, because the soundtrack in that game is, and I do dare to say it, probably one of the best in all Devil May Cry games.
Yeah.
Just the sheer badassery of Noisia and Combi Christ were the two bands that make that soundtrack was amazing. I loved the dream sequences in that game when you were unlocking new weapon skills. I love the combos. I love the playstyle, and Devil May Cry 5 copies those playstyles amazingly. I didn't like the story. The story was like, it was good. It was actually a good story. It was in a time when that story worked. But what ruined it for me was the initial mockery of white-haired Dante. When if you've played the first mission, like a white wig falls on Dante, and he was like, "Not in a million years." And I'm like, "Fuck you! You don't need to do that." I mean, it's stupid. And then what they did to Virgil, because Virgil was nice up to a point.
And then he shot a pregnant woman.
Yeah. He shooting a pregnant woman and actually like stopping and seeing, like, to enjoy the moment.
Well, he also made Dante like gloat in front of Mundus that he killed like his babe and his child.
Yeah. Not the great thing. I mean, Virgil is a menace, but at least
he's not that bad. He is not that.
He's in a pursuit of power. Virgil is one who's always in the pursuit of power, and he will do anything, but he's never going to be this backstabbing, like from a distance. He will go and fucking do it himself. And it's even worse that the Virgil in this game had such mad skills when you were playing with him, and especially Virgil's downfall. Like, it was fucking amazing what they did with the skill set and how they messed with the story. But I do love playing that game, if nothing else, for just the beauty of it, because the game is also beautiful in my opinion, and the types of back then creative directions that they went, especially with, as I mentioned, the dream sequence and stuff like that. It's a good game. It is a good game.
Yeah, I think the visuals are good. I don't like the story. I don't like the characterizations. And I'd much prefer Devil May Cry 5 as far as like characters and story go.
Absolutely. Devil May Cry 5 is the ultimate. It has the story, the original story continuation, and it has the type of play style mixed between the previous games and 5, because it's from behind. You don't need to have these weird camera angles like you did with the first 3 games. That they are nice, but they're a little bit messy. And you basically get the best of both worlds. And again, by the way, the soundtrack in Devil May Cry is an absolute banger.
Yeah, they
I
really
am so
outdid it.
sorry. He got impatient. I told him to wait, but he wanted fruit, and but he wanted me to cut it. It's like, well, either eat it. I had to go cut it, obviously. You know how kids are. But anyways, what did I miss? I hope I didn't miss anything important. Let's see, we covered that. Oh yeah, top 5 games in your entire life. Like these if you don't have them in your games library, you want them back in your games library. But top 5 games you played that you'd say are the pinnacle of gaming for you. Like your favorite games.
Does it have to be a single game, or can I say 2 for 1?
You can do it 2 for 1.
Okay, so absolutely first is Gothic 1 and 2, the original ones. That Gothic 1 is having a remake, by the way. Those are the first like true open world games that I played back in early 2000s that are amazing. Diablo 2 is one of the games that I grew up with consistently. Expedition 33 is probably one of my favorite games, and it's going to be at least for another decade. The Witcher 3 is another that I still continue to play all the time, and I can lose myself not doing any progression and just going through Skellige and just listening to the music. And I think you see what I'm coming. Like, music is one of the very core things even in gaming for me, because I think Expedition 33 proved what music can do to a game. And the fifth game, oh yeah, that's always that's always gonna be weird. Oh yeah, sorry, Siberia again, 1 and 2. Very.
I own those
very,
games. Still need to play them.
wait for the Siberia 1 remake. It's coming at the end of this year. It's gonna be very nice. Siberia is. I don't like quest games. I don't play quest games. Siberia is a very different thing. Siberia has amazing story. It is absolutely lovely. The first and the second one are amazing. I haven't played the third one. Started playing it, didn't like it, and I didn't want to ruin my taste. But Siberia 1 and 2 are, if you want to have a very relaxing time and just explore and have a great story to go with it, go for it. That's amazing stuff.
Yeah, I don't think I've played Siberia. I'm going to try that one. I'm literally writing that down, especially since Dash said that he has this. I'm gonna have to try these games. Siberia. I don't think I've played it.
Highly recommend. It's very calming. It's very nice.
Yeah,
it
they're
has
like
everything.
Steampunk adventure games.
Hello, Kate Walker.
I am going to say Witcher 3. I agree with you. I've never finished the game, but I love it. It has a great story. Like, did you do that quest where you had to spoilers for anyone who doesn't want to know, but it is an old game, so I'm going to spoil it anyways. I don't fucking care. You should have played it by now. But in The Witcher 3, have you ever played a quest where the Lord wants you to deal with a monster haunting his castle, and you find out it's not haunting its castle, but it was like his dead unborn child or illegitimate child or something like that? That was a good quest line. Oh my god, the story
that
behind
is in Skellige when you're helping the children do their trials, and then you choose who you're gonna support for the next King of Skellige, right?
Yeah, I believe so.
Yeah,
it's been a while since I played.
But I'm gonna counter you with in the first. Oh fuck, I forgot. Sorry, my names are weird for me. When you Krolspurch, when you were helping the Bloody Baron with his baby, is that the one you're referring?
It's in Witcher 3. I haven't played the first one.
It is in Witcher 3. Does that quest have you follow a ghost baby?
Yeah, something like that.
That's the one from Krolspurch from the Bloody Baron. That's the ultimate quest.
Yeah, that one right there. I think in the end you bury it, and it's in Geralt tells them that baby will protect the family for as long as his grave is honored. It was so like, I have a thing for kids, not in a bad way, but like, I'm a parent. I love kids. Kids are wonderful, right? And it kind of made me cry towards the end when you come for that. It was like, to me, it was a very. Usually they have the kids being a tragic, like the ghost kids and stuff like that. The monster that was a kid once. It's usually very tragic, but you don't feel too much other than, oh my god, your most reaction like, I'm glad I don't have a kid like that, even though it's a monster. But here you kind of felt so sad and sorry for that baby. And then I think it was a very well written ending.
Yeah.
That where the
And you
baby
have
got
several endings there.
yeah, there's several endings on that one, but the one that I got was that one, and I was like, I like this one. I was like, this is really good.
That's pretty much what everyone is.
It's good.
Yeah, like the thing about Witcher 3 is like you can play for close to 300 hours, and I'm in the main game. I've gone over it twice, and you can always find something new, and you never feel like you're dragging it, or the game is dragging, or it's uninteresting or anything. You can just walk throughout the whole map and you'll find something interesting everywhere you go. When I was mentioning earlier Tainted Grail, that's what Tainted Grail I think tried to do with all the side quests, but it didn't quite manage to achieve it. Witcher is like you can live in that game, and when you download the 2 DLCs that are pretty much their own games, because you have 40-50 hours of them as well, like it's amazing.
Man. That's going to make streaming them very difficult, because I can only do it on Kick. Like, I'm playing the second one, and now you're saying like the third one is that long.
Yeah. Like Witcher 3, like depending on how you want to play it, you can finish Witcher 3 in, I think, let me just check. Because how long to beat? All right, so the main story, if you follow like the main story without doing a lot of side quests, is like 50 to 60 hours. But like you can go at least 150. And that's again not doing it complete.
But if you're like me and you want to get all the achievements and do all the things, you're going to be spending about 300 to 500 hours. I don't even I had that much on my PC version, but my Xbox version, let's just say that I didn't play games for a while other than Skyrim and Witcher 3.
Oh yeah, Skyrim as well. Like same thing. You can you can live in those games. It's amazing.
Yes,
and that's without the DLCs, by the way. The DLCs are fucking amazing.
Now I will say Skyrim isn't as good as Oblivion when it comes to the story. To me, the visuals were good. I did like some of the mechanics, like especially combat mechanics for Skyrim, but I preferred the Elder Scrolls skill system where your skills leveled up as you used them. I did like the story writing, except for the Dark Brother. I always bitch about the Dark Brother because it starts off strong for Oblivion, and in the ending they switched the lead writer who didn't bother reading the story, wrote his own thing, and he ended up writing most of the storylines for Skyrim. Which if you notice, the quality goes down, and like it creates like the Oblivion one created a major debate amongst fans and players, like amongst each other. They're like, this doesn't make sense if he's supposed to be marked by Sisyphus as the chosen one of Sisyphus, and yet he's also the chosen one of Akatosh, the hero Kavat, right? Then what the fuck? Like it contradicts itself. So it was an interesting game. I did love Oblivion. Oblivion Remastered. I liked how they upgraded it, but when I played it, I did not enjoy my time. Plus, I was having huge FPS drops in the open world. And
I hear that a lot of people had,
and I had above minimum requirements. Like, I had above recommended, just above recommended settings, but I would see my frame rate drop in the open world at 5 FPS, and I was like, "Oh, this ain't good." And being that I worked in the Unreal Engine before, because I do freelance game designing, I noticed they use a shit ton of nanite meshes, which reduces the polygon count. That's why when you load in game, you might catch, if you have a good powerful PC, you might catch like these fucked up looking meshes that look like they like crushed soda cans, and they pop up and look like actual houses and this and that. There is that. The engine is not optimized at all, so there's memory leaks, performance leaks, all that kind of stuff.
Yeah, so you didn't enjoy the remake?
No, not to mention they censored some things that I noticed as I played that game for a while. Plus, they didn't pay attention to the original assets. So, like, I can't remember the full thing that pissed me off, but when I was playing it offline, because y'all remember I wasn't on for most of June. So I would literally play Oblivion Remastered myself, and I noticed Dark Brotherhood door. They changed the design because each of the children in the original door represents the Night Mother's children that she kills. So they added another one. So like they're one child she's holding is supposed to be the listener, and then you got the other 5, I believe it was. But then they changed it all, and they're like, "Yeah, you didn't pay attention to the lore. You don't understand why you changed the asset for an artistic interpretation, but it's not based on why the door is there in the first place." So there's a lot I didn't like. Plus, I used to goon off of Saint Alyssa, the statue, and Aurora statue in the OG one when I was a teenager. Yeah, one's covered up and the other is flat fill now. I'm not very happy about that. Last gaming question before we get into the news. I was stalling, but it seems like Unreal Engine has still yet to send me a verification link. And I wanted to showcase some things that were going on. I did make videos on them. But of all the game characters you've played, which one would you say relates to you as, oh my God, this character is me through and through? Like, this was this character. Like, is it Geralt Barbera? Is it Link from Legend of Zelda? Which character would you say you identify as and relate to?
Geralt.
And
I do I do have the perfect explanation for this. You remember the first Witcher 3 trailer with the hanging tree when they were trying to hang a woman, and Geralt and Vesemir basically went there and Geralt beat up the people there, and he basically said something from the books, because like the games are a continuation of the books. He said, evil is evil, lesser or bigger, it doesn't matter. If I have to choose, I'd rather not choose at all. So way before I even got acquainted to the Witcher lore, I had this thing that, like, this is a huge conversation that I'm sometimes having with some friends that in my country is voting or not voting. It's a very weird situation. But anyways, I like Geralt is basically the one who sees the world as, if you support any form of evil, then you're in the wrong. It might be a lesser. He always goes like, why support any lesser or bigger evil when you can support no evil, when you can fight for no evil to basically get rid of that evil, no matter if it's lesser or bigger. And his mindset, even from the books, is basically, I just go around the world and do what I know how to do. But he's constantly getting himself in a situation that he wants to help, and he does change things because even though they say that he doesn't care and his emotions have been stripped due to the mutation, that's not true, and we always see that. And I relate to that because, like, the simple act of helping people who basically deserve it, simple, like folks, simple folk, like just ordinary people, is something that I've constantly done and expanded through, like, ever since I was a kid with animals. And it's just the act of living it a bit more simplistically and just thinking about it in a more simple way to do things.
Yes.
If I'm explaining myself correctly.
I think it's a good explanation. A lot of people seem to relate to Geralt of Rivera. Some people say, because I'm a badass too. I wish I could be just like him and hunt down monsters. Like, no. What makes you really believe you believe? Like for me, Link from Legend of Zelda. He's just like, depending on which incarnation of Link you follow. Like I believe I grew up around I was around even with the NES version, but I didn't really play Legend of Zelda until Link's Awakening for Game Boy and Spirit to the Past. So I always saw him as this farm boy from nowhere. That's me. Who decides he's gonna, save the country, and he's going to be a soldier, but he's also left-handed. Also me. When I played that game, this is literally like people when people find out I'm a big Legend of Zelda fan because he's left-handed and I was left-handed. I'm left-handed. Like, this is probably why you play as a high elf or a half elf in D&D. I'm like, possibly why? Because you're always using a sword. Yeah, that too. But no, my character I relate to is Link. But I do. There are a lot of good characters that had the player PC psychology done very well. It's what we call it in game design, where we make you relate to the characters. Like for example, Final Fantasy VII, Aerith, when she dies, still used in game design colleges as the most impactful player psychology ever.
Oh yeah, it's in my text. It was in my textbook for one of my courses.
Mm-hmm.
It's because when you have a relatable character of any kind, when you have the correct way to approach a character, like a character, and present it to the audience, you don't need a lot of time to for as a player to connect with them. We've seen this in a lot of games, and that's kind of I'm not gonna say it's a lost art, but not a lot of games manage to do that in a very deep manner. But when they do, you feel it, and that's why you have like everyone talking about them.
Like for example, not that one. I do not want your donations. I just put that there because people asked to donate to me anyways. But Gamers Republic says for him it was Henry of Skalitz, KCD's son of a smith, no one special but tries his best. That's actually a good character. Another good character I like. He's not a player character, but he's in the series. Is Father Godwin. Godwin. He's that drunk priest that if you're not careful when you interact with him, you could end up going into an orgy with him and his concubines. That's in KCD1. I actually had to I didn't shut down the stream, but I shut down the visual because I didn't know what YouTube would do. And I was like, I'm sorry guys, but if you want to know what happens, you're gonna have to play KCD for yourself. But I found out it's based on the actual history of Bohemia. It was their version of both the Protestant Revolution and the American Revolution. So that's how they gained it. It was the events that led them to be independent from the Holy Roman Empire. There was the Protestants and Catholics were killing each other off. And you see a lot of those historical characters. Now, for me, I did not know that part of the history. I knew of the time period and stuff like that. Like, a lot of was like, okay, this is historically accurate. This is historically accurate. Definitely not a Christian game. Like, when I say Christian game, like pro-Christian themes, but it was very respectful of religion. And Father Godwin, he talked about the hypocrisies of the Roman Catholic Church, about the indulgences and stuff at that time period. Which, if you're an actor, like I'm a Christian. Dash is obviously a Catholic, for example.
I saw some Protestant cheekiness there.
Well, I'm not trying to be cheeky. I'm just saying it's like, we're a diverse panel.
Yeah.
But we both can agree that there are people out there who pay lip service to the Bible and will use the Bible for their own justifications.
Yep.
But and that's what he was talking about. And then, like, if you read, for example, you read people use the Bible and says, God demands this, God demands that, and you're not supposed to do this or that. Yeah, if you're of the faith. But the Bible also says, for example, test all things, hold what is good, and you can do anything. Not all things are beneficial. So it means test things for yourself. Not many religious texts actually say that. This is why I became a Christian, is because well, it was the only one that says, you know what? You want to test what I have to say in these words that are thousands of years old? Go right ahead and see for yourself if it's right. And because of that, I also learned that if someone disagrees with me, don't force it on them, because Christ never forced it on anyone. And shake the dust off your sandals and walk away. Or if you join in with a non-believer, be respectful of them. Don't bring in shame to them or yourself or the church or God. Like there's a lot of restrictions for Christians when it comes to non-believers. So, like, for example, censorship. We don't like censorship. No one does. And we're going to go straight into the topic of the day. I think it's a great segue into it.
Yep.
So, I decided to bring this one up. This is from the Prime Minister of Australia. I actually realized I got your country wrong. I thought you were Australian. My bad.
Me?
Yeah, I don't know why I thought you were Australian. Not Australian. Austrian.
Must be the accent, mate.
Austrian. I thought you were Austrian. Sorry.
Oh, Austrian.
Yeah.
9.
Yeah, you're not. But I don't know why I thought you were. So I was like, I'll do this one. But you're in the EU, obviously. So this might be something you could bring more thoughts on before we go into the American version.
Yeah.
Actually, before we do that, I should have done this first. We're going to switch the topic now. For those who don't know, YouTube tends to ding me for this, and I had to remove the sound from it, or the whole clip, because Disney owns The Simpsons. But this is how we're going to enter into the...
To say to all those Marge Simpson wannabes out there who wish to suppress David's doodle.
Oh, won't somebody please think of the children? What kind of an example are we setting?
Yes. Won't someone please think of the children? Now, discussing, are you a Simpson fan in any case of the older Simpsons?
I am. Like, I missed the last seasons, but I've used to watch quite a bit of Simpsons on the TV and then online. I had forgotten that clip, by the way, but it's perfect. It's perfect. The only thing that's different is not that it's not actual mothers that are pushing for these censorships.
Oh, well, Reverend Lovejoy's wife, the woman who says, won't someone please think of their children? She has no children.
Yeah. No. I mean, what's currently happening, it's not being pushed by actual mothers. It's being pushed by hateful people and people who want to control the narrative.
People who hit the wall and are pulling the ladder away from everyone else.
Exactly.
Yeah,
who took 1984 by George Orwell and said that's a good guidebook.
And the thing is like, it's shocking to people who probably haven't watched it, but if you're a Simpsons fan, and you said you were, you already know the art style is different. This is from the 90s, and
sorry,
go ahead.
Go for it.
No, you go right ahead.
I mean, that was from the first 5-6 seasons.
Yes. And that was back when Bart was still America's bad boy, and he was doing Bite My Butterfinger commercials, all that stuff. But the thing is I chose, instead of shortening it out like I could have, you see a lot of similarities between them and today. You'll see people writing hate mail saying with death threats, like, if I see you on the street, I will not break. You
that was amazing.
See people telling these crazy Karens to go F off,
It's
And
amazing how accurate, even all the way back then, the Simpsons would predict the future.
the thing is that
Well, that
history
stuff was
repeats.
going on back then too.
Yeah. Like people call it are saying the satanic panic is back, but would you be surprised if I told you in America the first video game censorship was not by air quotes here Christians? And when I say air quotes here is most Christians weren't vocal about it. They didn't care. But the televangelists that were on there saying you're like little gods and this and that, and now you have all these Christians say, oh, those aren't Christians, and they show you where this person, twisted the scriptures and this and that because they have their own YouTube voice, they have their own social media accounts, and they're able to, as Christians, come out on this one. And like even in Goonergate, Christians, including myself, came out against Bell and says, no, that's not what the Bible says. You can't be using the Bible on that just because your flat's filled with expired milk and your eggs are dusty and you're facing a wall here.
And like we talked about on Rumble, like Melanie's like, sort of like, pious like devotion kind of comes from a place of spite.
Yeah,
because of what happened with her husband.
Yeah. Well, a lot of these people, I call them Pharisees. They're not Christians because the Pharisees, they focused on the law and to translate to their own view. The Pharisees in the Hebrew culture, right, were new to law. They went to school, secular school, if you will, for the law of Moses. And they believed that Jesus Christ was supposed to be this king on a white horse marching down Jerusalem and being like this fucking badass superhero Captain America guy, knocking out Romans out of the city of Jerusalem. In fact, he was just a son of a shepherd, basically, or the son of a carpenter from the city of David, which was Bethlehem, right? Like, so they didn't realize that was Christ. And Jesus would say, "Have you not read the scriptures? Have you not done this?" They would go out in the square and pray in the city streets, so everyone could see how pious they were. And Jesus would call them brood of vipers and tombs of dead men and all this other, like, insulted and trolled the shit out of them. And I tell people, it's like, that's the difference. You have to read the scriptures. But we have here, I chose those going back to the Simpsons video, I chose those videos because you had the letters, you had people having debates about it, and then when they're confronted, why are you why do you support one form of freedom of expression, but you're against another? And their usual response is, will someone please think of the children? The government in America was the first to censor games. It was the Death Race game we covered last week on DragonCast. And then it was bipartisan support, a bunch of Karens who didn't like Custer's Revenge, and then Mortal Kombat. The 1980s PMRC was trying to censor music, started by Tipper Gore, not right wing. She was a Democrat. So there's a lot of people trying to censor what they do not like, and when you get power,
both sides of the aisle. Yeah.
It's like if you look through history, you will see examples of censorship everywhere. Prohibition in America wasn't just alcohol; it was arcades. Have you ever heard of the game back in the Middle Ages? I'm not sure if you heard. This is not a common knowledge discussing, but have you ever heard of the game Pip?
No.
Have you heard of Tarot? Tarot. Tarot cards.
Tarot cards. Yeah, the tarot cards. I know about them. They were Egyptian, like supposedly Egyptian.
Nope.
Card games. That
not exactly.
They're used for fortune tell, like for telling your.
They're used for fortune telling, but you know why? That actually started here. That actually started in Europe.
Okay.
All right. So during the Crusades, the Crusaders would bring back games they've experienced or knowledge they have. As typical civilizations do. You go somewhere, you share something that you learned when you come back, right? And so they brought the game Pip back, and it was a bunch of cards that had pictures on it, and those branched out into two different games. One that branched out is the famous games that you could play, card games you could play like gin, rummy, poker, that type of thing. So that came from the noble lords, able to read and write. They had their own version of that, but they got tired of peasants not paying their taxes. They were always in debt, always, wasting their money and stuff. And the church turned a blind eye to it all. They turned a blind eye. People don't realize the church did not go out and try to shut down brothels. In fact, brothels were legal up until the late 1800s. I'm not condoning or saying we should have prostitution. I'm saying if you look at your history in the 1880s in America, prostitution was legal. And then when they banned it, that's what happened. The next thing that came out was porn. So you can't you ban porn, it's just going to be another thing coming. That's just how it works. But anyways, going back to Pip, the peasants, the lords outlawed Pip, and the church, all they did was they usually just preached about the evils of gambling to their congregation. They did their own thing, and the lords try to tell their nephews and cousins, whatever, that were archbishops in the Catholic Church. They pull connections to have their one son who was not going to gain inheritance into the cloth to kind of help further their political gains, right? They told them, hey, we having this problem. And so the pastors, the priests, whatever, would go through the town and they'd see tarot games and they ask the peasants, what are you doing? And they're like, well, this is how we communicate with God because we can't read. So that became tarot. And they would leave in dimly lit rooms at night playing tarot games, which later on became fortune telling games. That's literally the origin of Pip. I actually learned that in college.
Yeah. Wow. That's actually very interesting knowledge to learn not in college, but
yeah, it was basically talking about the history of games.
The only thing I knew about tarot is that it was originated in ancient Egypt. Like it was basically a card playing game from what I've been told, but apparently it has a very, like, it's alleged, like it's not confirmed.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it did come from the Middle East, but the Europeans, the scholars said that they got it from the Saracens. The Crusaders got it from the Saracens, which may have came from the Middle East. But like you said, that one hasn't been confirmed. I only go with what I do know or what was confirmed. So that way I don't have to come back and someone bite me in the ass. Lavistro, you said Pip came from Egypt. I'm like, no, I didn't. That was disgusting. I said it wasn't confirmed.
Yeah, I'm just saying what like, because I've had tarot readings done to me before, and I had people explain to me, do you know that this actually, some people say that it's like that? Okay.
I don't usually, I still I don't care. I'm not gonna play the Ouija board, or I'm not gonna do the voodoo doll, because that's like if you play Phasmophobia, they have all those things as cursed objects, right?
I would play Jumanji.
Yeah, I would play Jumanji too. Fuck yeah. I'd play Jumanji, and I'll just leave it at that. I would play Jumanji, and we all know my snarky attitude. There would be more chaos than what Jumanji would just amplify whatever chaos I did.
Yep.
But so anyways, we're getting off topic here, but we're going to discuss this from the ADF International, how the EU Digital Services Act affects online free speech in 2025. I had, full disclosure, I had not read this one. This was recommended to me by a friend, and he asked him to remain anonymous. So I'm going to keep him anonymous because he's actually on the left. Just putting that out there. But he agrees with, like, I will say this, he's a socialist, but he's not a woke left socialist. He wants communism. No, someone you don't know, but he watches my streams, and if I mention his name, people, he doesn't want his name being mentioned. I know his actual name. Like, you know how I always credit people when they give me information, but
he does. Got it.
He wanted me to read this, but his thing is socialism. He wants people to vote for it. He doesn't believe socialism can be achieved by force. We obviously disagree with me and him disagree politically, obviously, but doesn't mean that we're not friends. He's very anti-woke. It's the only anti-woke socialist I ever met.
Wow.
It was just weird.
So he's OG.
Possibly. He actually is very critical of Stalin and all that. He doesn't believe in anarcho-socialism, which is another form of socialism. He calls himself not the popular term that's out here running around, but he calls himself an actual democratic socialist. Where he believes you have to vote for it, not the ones that are being out today. Like I'd have to spin a little live stream on how he like. It's weird because like he showed me there's 17 different forms of socialism, not just Marxism.
Yeah, you're probably gonna want to ask him about the Venus Project. In this case, he might know a lot about it. I don't know if you know about it, but
I don't. I will definitely ask him.
Because I think this is someone who would very much support the Venus Project, which I'm gonna be absolutely honest, I don't totally disagree with. It's something that's it's a bit of a fantasy world, but again, whenever you talk to him, you can ask him about that.
He's ironically he's a veteran, ironically. And we usually check on each other a month. He's part of my original squad mates. Which, if I'm saying he's a pretty cool, chill guy, that says something. Let's just put it that way. Because he'll call me a capitalist pig. I'll call him a freaking commie all the time. And we do that. It's like it's insults normally, obviously, but for each other, it's terms of endearment. But anyways, let's go ahead and because we were trailing off again. That's what we do. Let's go ahead and read this thing. He sent this to me. And said maybe you want to talk about it, even though you don't do politics, because he knows I'm big on he knows like anywhere we're all against this type of thing. But it's one thing we can all agree on that we're learning is regardless of our political views, we all hate censorship.
Mm-hmm.
And some people are starting to realize what they were promoting was actually a double-edged sword where we get to say, I wish I had this clip from Family Guy. I told you so. That's my favorite thing to say when people are wrong. I told you so. And as Dash Tech, I love twisting that knife. But
you do.
How the EU Digital Services Act, DSA, affects online free speech in 2025. Nicknamed the Digital Surveillance Act, the EU's key online platform legislation hits its 1-year mark in February 2025. The European... That is a freaky image right there.
Yep. That's a very freaky image. That is someone who will eat your soul.
That is someone that should be in a mental ward. She looks like he's...
And all of the people that support the censorship stuff from Collective Shout and all of these other, they have the same eyes. It's always in the eyes. But it is always in the like.
We have
every single one.
We have not read this yet, but she's the one that wrote this article.
Yeah.
So she could be anti-censorship, but I'm just saying the eyes are freaky.
Yeah, she's on the senior council in Europe, IDF International. So I can pretty much tell that she's supporting this because I've been aware for I used to be a data protection officer for a gambling company, and I can tell you that it basically started with online gambling, and which was actually good, and now it's moved to online censorship for all of them. It
happened here too. The online gambling thing. People don't talk about it too much, but we've had problems with gotcha games going far back as 2012, and that started from I'm not saying they were the main cause, but games like Zynga games on Facebook, Farmville, and all those other ones, right? You pay extra money and stuff like that to speed up the time for your crops. Don't get me wrong. When I was in Iraq and we couldn't have good internet to play video games, the only game I could play was Farmville. Yeah, I was playing that one. I needed my gaming fix. I didn't care what game it was at that point in time. So the DSA, we'll just call it that, which took effect last February, has been hailed as a landmark law designed to bring order to the digital world. Yet, and anyone can interrupt me at any time, okay, to put their thoughts. So I'm going to put that out there. Yet, beneath the surface of supposedly protecting democracy lies framework fraught with overreach, ambiguity, and erosion of fundamental freedoms.
Okay, so if she wrote that, if she wrote that and she wrote that first paragraph, then I want to apologize because apparently she doesn't actually support this.
Remember what we said about judging people by their cover?
Yeah. I just, that was on me in this case.
I was on the same boat. That's why I was thinking this, because I know my friend, he will do things like this to me, which is why I was like, you know what, we will do this because it's a great way to keep me on my own toes as well. So, like,
the second paragraph is
saying the EU Commission claims that the Digital Services Act is needed to, air quotes here, protect democracy by tackling so-called, air quotes here, misinformation, air quotes here, disinformation, and air quotes here, hate speech online.
In red, nonetheless.
Well, I think that's a source. So let's see.
Oh, is it? Oh, right.
Yeah, it is a source. So I will share the link here in a second here, and we'll go back.
Whoa.
So it's a source that they're citing.
Yeah. All right.
Navigating hate speech. So, okay. Now we go back. We're not reading the whole thing. Fuck that.
This second paragraph explains quite a lot, because you're protecting democracy, and at the same time you're tackling misinformation. So again, we always, every time that this is a topic, I always ask, who tells you, who is the one that classifies something as misinformation, disinformation, or hate speech? Who is the one? Like, if you have this term, then it has to mean something. It has to encapsulate a specific thing. And when you have a specific group pushing for that, then they get to push what is hate speech. And they can push whatever they want. And we have seen that it is hate speech to call someone fat now.
Mm-hmm.
So that's
the other day, because my mic is sensitive, right? So you'll hear me breathing. Plus I have a fucked up nose, so I can't breathe through my nose like normal people, and I have allergies on top of it, so I'm always breathing from my mouth. My mic is so sensitive, even with the pop filter I have for it, it still picks up my breathing every time. It sounds like I'm an asthmatic or Darth Vader. So someone actually said, lose some fucking weight, because they did not like the content of my video. And I'm like, yeah, I hate to tell you this, but I'm not 300 pounds. I'm definitely, I assure you, I do have a dad bod, but I guarantee you there are people out there who could eat me and still be hungry.
Oh yeah, definitely.
Yeah, I'm not
it's
even
easier to jump over them than go around them.
I am I'm considered overweight, but I'm not even considered medically obese. I just have a dad bod. But I will take your advice when you show your actual picture instead of a Macho Man pic. Mr. Manosphere. Men go their own way.
But yeah, like all of this thing, when you said, like, what you just said, it might be considered hate speech. Like, people who can eat you and still be hungry, this can be considered hate speech by someone.
Mm-hmm. Well, no, a lot of one day YouTube is gonna have had enough of my shit, and they're gonna ban me, because I'll say, "Have you tried salad?" I say expired milk, dusty vages, crazy cat lady Karens who's never had a kid and went crazy over it. Now they're trying to treat everyone else like their own children. It's my personal theory, but like, when women hit a certain age, they tend to go crazy because they don't have kids. Because if you had kids, now sometimes, there's some people that are moms out there that still have all that free time because they have a nanny or whatever thing, so they can do whatever the fuck they want. But if you had kids and you're raising them yourself, you're going to be too fucking exhausted to want to worry about what Bo is playing on Conan Exile, what this Gus thing is doing, or why there's a crazy cat boy thing. Like, you're gonna be too excited. You're like, I don't even fucking care. As long as you're not doing anything that's against the rules, like you're not watching anything appropriate, I don't fucking care. Like, my parents let me play Halo, and I wasn't of age. It was rated in for mature, which was 17-year-olds, and I wasn't even 17 yet, and I played Halo, for crying out loud. I wasn't no 10-year-old, But I got to play Mortal Kombat 1.
Still
And I
all
wasn't
boils
even
down
like,
to parenting. It all boils
Hmm?
down to parenting and what your
Yeah.
parents will allow you to consume.
Yeah.
Exactly. And
But-
not only will they will allow you to consume, but some people have to understand something. You cannot enforce total control. It
No.
has been done on a country level. It has tried to be done on personal level. You cannot. We have seen this happen a lot of times. We have seen people try to enforce total control, even if like just let's say full control of some of their own child's life. We have seen stuff like this all the time. You cannot. The real world is here and it's going to insert itself one way or another. And the best thing you can do is you can monitor and you can try to keep your children away from stuff as much as you can. But the more important thing that one has to do is to prepare the child for the real world and to basically explain what's right and what's wrong. And sadly, it's getting more and more difficult for parents to do that, especially with basically the end of single income families, the harder and harder times ahead for even dual incomes and for people to actually support each other in the economies. And that's not only in the US or any other country. I can tell you there is a reason why, let's say, my country is having a hard time with the demographic problems, is because it's fucking horrible here when you have to raise a child. People are not rich, but that's also why we don't have wokeness here, because people are too preoccupied with actual real problems as to how to survive, and they don't have
So what you're saying,
luxury.
wokeness is usually a rich person problem because they're so
Absolutely.
rich they don't have a work to do.
Absolutely. Wokeness, current day wokeness, is something that was born out of boredom, in my opinion. It was born to as someone who doesn't have a lot of problems in their life, and they have started to try to police and to say what everyone else needs to do in order to fall into their world, and it has mutated into everything is offensive because it doesn't fall into my bubble, and everything that doesn't fall into the scope of my bubble should not be here. And that's why we are at the place that we are now. That's why we have that censorship. And it's not woke per se for these censorships, but it does have a lot of things in common. You don't like something, and instead of being a fucking grown up and say, okay, I don't like this, I'm not going to consume it, you're like, no, this needs to go away. And it needs to be my way. And I'm going to fucking bitch about it until it happens my way. I don't like half the TV shows that are currently on right now because they're fucking stupid. But I just do the grown up thing. I don't watch them.
Yeah,
Anyone who wants to watch them, watch them. You can enjoy your Gotham Knights. You can enjoy your The Boys season 3 and 4. You can enjoy your Rings of Power. Yes, I am going to talk against some of those shows, but I'm never going to say this show needs to be banned. I'm going to say I don't think anyone should watch this show if they actually care about, let's say, Tolkien or Lord of the Rings, because this is an offense to the legacy of Tolkien. But if you enjoy it, I'm not gonna tell you no, don't watch it. I forbid you to watch it. And
What
that's
about
something that is utterly lost.
I want to ask you two questions here on that one. First, I want to go way back and say, did you know that every call for censorship, at least here in America, I don't track a lot of the European censorship, so, but if you think about it, it might be related to, do you know the common denominator of every censorship and prohibition in American history, as well as in the history of the world, if it was not politicians, it wasn't the church, it was wealthy people with a lot of idle free times. For a good example, Goonergate, John Del Rose, he's a preppy. He went to a prep school. He was very wealthy, and he ran for Congress in the early 2000s and lost. And he's been trying to gain a mass following since, calling for censorship. Just putting that out there.
Yeah, you're saying that in the US, rich people are the one enforcing the most censorship.
Yes, going all the way
Because
back
they
to the
want
1920s
control.
with
Yeah, exactly, because
prohibition.
they have the power. They have the power, and they don't
Mhm,
have anything else to do.
It
They
doesn't
already,
because wokeness doesn't directly affect them. That's
mhm.
why. It
yeah,
doesn't
Exactly.
affect them. It's like, they get to look good in front of their social peers, and they're not affected in the workforce. They're not affected through pop culture because they don't consume pop culture.
yeah,
Yep. They're offended by the crude behavior of us lowly peasants. Let's just put it that way. But if they really wanted to affect change, all they had to do is go to a soup kitchen. Granted, it's dirty, and your armadati tuxedo might actually get ruined, but you grab a ladle, you'll feed the homeless, and people are gonna be like, "Holy shit, that rich person there is over in a dangerous neighborhood where there's a bunch of homeless people, and he's actually trying to feed these people." Does a lot more than passing a law because you don't like something.
yeah. But again, this would require them to be human beings, and they are
Mhm.
not interested in that. They have the
Yes.
money. They're living in their mansions. They're living in
Mhm.
their own world, and other people who are not that rich, they also want to do that, and they also want to control. They like the thing is
They
that
want to
when you're
be the
censoring
lords.
stuff,
Like, they want to make fiefdom
exactly,
great again. They want to be the
exactly,
lords, and we don't like when people say, and I'm not political here, but I do know politics. But like, for example, when people say you will own nothing and be happy, that to me gave me a flashback to my history classes about the fiefdom of Europe. The peasants didn't own the houses they lived in. They didn't own the stores, the company. They were working their lord's land. They owned
yep,
nothing, and they would be
yes,
happy because if they decided to go against the Lord and complain their grievances, they might not be coming home. So while today the American equivalent is Daddy went for smokes, never came back then was Papa went to see the Lord and never came back. Just
yeah,
saying.
basically the same. The thing is that when when you manage to enforce something and to bend, let's say, the rules or how things are done in your way, you get a taste of real power, because that's something that happens like like not globally, but let's say to a lot of people. Let's say if you pass the censorship bill, and if you pass this bill and you're someone who is an activist and has passed this bill, this is a power move. This is like you get a taste of that I can do this, and the things that I like can be made into reality, and that's a very dangerous slope. And that's why I think that, like a true democracy, like everything needs to be uh like, I think that the more things that are passed through, let's say, a referendum, the better. However, I do realize that the bulk of the people, and I'm sorry to say this, but the bulk of the population globally is not smart enough to be capable of actually making that decision. And I'm not saying this as to insult people. I'm saying that the people are so preoccupied with the daily life that they cannot get away to study the intricacies of what's happening with their country. And I'm saying, as someone who also doesn't know what's exactly happening in my country, and I'm trying to stay ahead of it. I'm trying to see what's happening in my parliament, in the people like that
Mhm.
do vote the laws here. But it's so difficult because the everyday life that is happening is so preoccupying, and it's getting increasingly preoccupying, that you cannot do that. And that gives power to the people who try to make these changes more control. They say, okay, we're gonna do this. People are much more preoccupied, and they're not gonna do a lot of protests, you know.
Yes.
And that's how you control more and more, and that's how you breed, as George Carlin said in one of his last specials, obedient workers.
Yes.
People who are just smart enough to run the machine and just dumb enough to not protest and just accept everything that's happening.
Okay. Just pardon me for a second. Dash, did you see the private chat?
I'll check right away.
Yeah, I
Yeah.
need you to share that same article we're posting. My son needs help because they just give us the thunderstorm, severe thunderstorming, and I need to get help him get his bike in. He said he's having
Okay,
problems.
yeah, I'll get that on the screen right now.
Yeah, and obviously I'm gonna be trying to come back in, so I'm gonna remove mine. I'm gonna add it to the stage. We were at paragraph 3. However, its implementations raises grave concerns.
Okay.
You might want to zoom that in for people. Well, I think.
All right. I'll continue where you left off. However,
Yeah.
its implementations raises grave concerns by mandating the removal of broadly defined harmful content, and this legislation sets the stage widespread censorship, curtailing laws and truths speech under the guise of compliance and safety. Yeah, because like it's not just like doing like pornography like they said it would. It's like it's censoring like stuff that the UK government like is inconvenient for them, like this whole like anything negative about migrants or anything.
Yeah, they're actually censoring talks about migrantship, and like especially when you're talking badly about them, because for some reason that's something that I never cannot understand. They're very pro accepting these.
Yeah,
Like-
even when like some of these migrants are committing very heinous crimes against people.
And it's happening all the time. It's like whatever you see on the news, multiplied by 20. It's very bad. It's actually extremely bad over there, and it's happening all across Western Europe, like Sweden, like Germany, and stuff like that. Even Germany is starting a little bit to fight back against migrants. They're trying to at least take the Poland approach. And just today, I saw that allegedly Ireland is going to be having a mandatory law like that mandates you provide shelter for migrants and for refugees. So
and
which means that
I'm actually part Irish. I'm like very Irish. Yeah, but
Yeah.
I know they were having protests already. That's just going to agitate more of their populace.
yeah, but again, they don't care. That's the worrying thing, that they don't care how agitated people will be. And I think this is they're trying to see how much they can push. They're trying to see how much they can poke the hive and just see, okay, this is the breaking point of the populace. Okay, so we can do things up to this point. So we have this level. It's like a test to them. It's like they're performing a medical test, which is weird, because that would mean that they're continuing to see how much they can subdue the populations. And that's again the fact that all of this is not happening in just one country. It's happening almost simultaneously in UK, is going to happen in Europe, and it's happening in the US and in Australia, and like simultaneously. So basically that's not something that just happened. That's been talked about between the governments and the people in power of all these countries and entities for a long time, and it's very coordinated.
Yeah.
I'm back.
I know.
Thank you.
Yeah,
Dad.
so I'll continue reading. Okay, the results will be the sanitizations of tightly controlled internet where free exchange of ideas is stifled. Ultimately, the EU Digital Services Act will allow the silencing of views online that are disfavored by those in power. Obviously, yes.
Oh my God, Karen, give it a rest. No one liked getting forced to have vaccines and permanent medical procedures. They want it to be their choice. Oh my God, give it a rest.
Do you remember?
Got caught up also from disinformation. I'm not saying COVID wasn't real. I'm not saying none of that stuff. I'm saying people wanted to choose for themselves. Like my sister, for example, couldn't get the vaccine because she had her doctor said because of her condition, which she'll get pissed off if I mention, even though I don't mention who it is. She gets pissed off, and I will never hear the end of it. She has a medical condition that affects the vaccine would not bode well with her. Me, I had something that I contracted in Iraq, not a disease or anything, but some medical thing that with my medications I take to control it, it does not work well with the vaccine. So I can't get the vaccine. I'm sorry. And I was going to get, there was only one I could get, which is Moderna or something like that. And I was going to get it until our great president of the United States at that time period said on the radio, my patience is wearing thin. What do you think this snarky dragon is going to do when someone who thinks they can boss me around tells them his patience is running thin? I turned to 180.
You remember when they were saying like the countries that don't get the vaccine are going to have the biggest death rate?
Mm-hmm.
So I just checked, and apparently they adjusted the numbers, but my country had around 22 when it was reported last. 22% vaccination rate after the third booster shot.
Mm-hmm.
We like the death rate is not like, it's very low. Yeah, it's not that low. Also, the every because in Bulgaria we're like used to bending the rules and just not following them, especially when some government agency tells us to do something that's from socialist time. It's remaining. So every lockdown, everything else, a lot of people didn't follow it, and it had no change in death rate, and like it didn't affect us at all.
Yeah, exactly. And another thing about this information, we can even skip the COVID part and just say, okay, video games cause violence. Studies have shown that not to be the case. I played video games all my life. The only time I was violent was when I said, yes, Uncle Sam, I will join your fight for the UN war and attack Iraq. My job was to be violent. Am I violent today? No. I'm just snarky and crazy. Thank you, Uncle Sam, for making me crazy.
So if video games cause violence, then I mentioned this in one of my videos, we wouldn't have civilization as it is. Just take a look at the last 1 year. We had postal games, Grand Theft Auto, Call of Duty, Battlefield, all violent, like supposedly violent games. Carmageddon. We have games that basically promote you to be an absolute menace to society. If those games directly made people who play them violent, then society wouldn't exist, because there would be one job that would have the nuclear codes that played these video games.
Here's another example. This is from ancient times. Proof that games don't make you kill people. Do you know why the Romans had gladiator games?
Oh.
It was called breads and circuses. It was to keep the masses.
Oh yeah. Like basically bread and excitement, like to have the
it reduced the riots. It wasn't just a thing where they could do whatever they want politically, but it kept the riots down. It kept people away from their problems. It was an escapism. Granted, obviously, lots of people died. Of course, also the cute little kitties and stuff like that, hence the cats of Rome, whatever. But it was basically games quelled the violence for a time until they had enough of Nero burning Rome.
That's because like that's how you trick the mind. You get them, especially when they were like in the games, they would cheer and boo, and that will give them the sense that they might have a say in the fate, let's say, of the gladiator, of the fighter, whenever a battle. It made them feel something. Like they were poor as fuck, most of them, but like they were seeing someone lower than them suffering, which is sadly a very common human characteristic. You're seeing someone.
It's called dark humor, and that's the ancient version of dark humor. Nowadays, when someone does something stupid, we just laugh. I'm like, idiot. Darwin Award goes to.
Do you know who some of the two of the happiest people in the world are? The managers of Liverpool and Manchester United. Do you know why?
Why?
Because they're two multi-billionaires sitting in a lounge sipping high-end whiskey and watching 22 multi-millionaires sweat like fucking crazy for 90 minutes playing soccer and getting muddy and just pushing each other. Because all of the players in Manchester United and like in Chelsea in this soccer, like big soccer leagues, are multi-millionaires. They're worth millions, absolute like tens of millions. And they're playing for their managers who are multi-billionaires. They're just sipping whiskey and watching their own players just fuck each other up for 90 minutes. How can you not be happy about that? It's like just a role. Like you're the master of 22 people. Like, yes, play for me, my darlings.
Dance, puppets, dance.
Yeah.
But thank you, by the way, shout out to Frostwing. Thank you for that Panem in Latin means present circus. Yes, that's what we were looking for. But it seems like we stand corrected. Video games do cause violence, according to the Finch King. Carmageddon definitely made him violent. We should have seen him playing with his Hot Wheels.
I can only imagine.
I won't lie. When I played Knights of the Old Republic, the original 2 games, right? And I found out I could be a Sith Lord. Oh, I was ecstatic. I was doing a Force Lightning thing. I was being as evil as I could. Or one of my favorite things to do in Conan Exiles. I do this in a lot of games, like The Force Unleashed and Jedi Fallen Order are 2 examples. When I see an NPC on a cliff overlooking the edge in Conan, I literally kick him off the edge of the cliff. When I was a Jedi, I'd pick him up and toss him over the edge. It was just my favorite thing to do.
Ever since GTA 3, I have consistently had 5 stars in the game and like having everything chase me. Just because I have a bazooka.
Yeah. Oh yeah, the bazooka on GTA. Yes. Or Need for Speed Most Wanted. I would literally smack into a police car just to get them to chase me. And then I go through and hit every street sign, every light post, everything, just because he could break.
That's again, like you can do that and be the nicest person in the world, and that's because you get to blow off some steam. That's what they. I think they do understand it, but again, video games are an escapism that would allow us to communicate without supervision a lot, especially online games now. So that's what it comes to.
That's one of the things I say, like when I'm a panelist on Stark of Iron shows, and he leaves for a second. I'm like, Tony left us on his panel with no adult supervision. Let's demonetize his channel. We don't, but we just fuck with him like that.
But like this is like this whole article. Go ahead. I've been reading. It's basically just a burn on the whole censorship.
Yeah. We can skip through because I think it's going to be a pretty long one. I did not know this. But so I'm going to go ahead. Like, we know the implication of free speech. He talks about big tech platforms. Tech platforms aren't just removing clear violations; they're also starting to remove free speech that can be flagged as harmful. If you post a political opinion or share a tweet that some might find offensive, it might get flagged by an algorithm. To avoid massive fines or penalties, platforms will err on the side of caution and remove your post, even if it's perfectly lawful. Yes. Like, for example, I play Duke Nukem Forever right now. And I had that planned in case I had problems streaming Wuchang and the Fallen Feathers, or something happened to where it pissed me off and I don't want to play the game. Like, a switcheroo, if you will. So in my disclaimer, I literally say that the collective shout thing, obviously, and what policies on YouTube and Rumble Duke Nukem could break. And there's a lot of exposed titties in there. So I'm kind of censoring myself to save my channel. And then someone pointed out, it's like, no, there's an full uncensored Duke Nukem stream from 2 years ago, and I found one from 4 years ago. So now I'm like, you know what? When I play Duke Nukem, I'm not going to worry about it. I'm just going to play Duke Nukem because like it was it wasn't the best of the franchise, but it's one of my favorites. It's campy. It's got that 90s shit. You got that your health isn't health, it's ego. It's like I liked Duke Nukem. It was one of my favorite games. I guess you could say it's one of not the guilty pleasure, but it's one of my guilty pleasures that I'll say, yeah, I like Duke Nukem forever. So, but that's one example, because like people say like Rumble is free speech. Like, well, they say it's First Amendment rights, but they also have a policy saying, hey, you can't have hate speech, which the Village of Skokie versus a certain funny mustache man group. The judge said, I would rather them say their venomous statements than dictate what the American people can and cannot say. So there is no law against that speech. But here's my argument. If we can't allow people to say that, how can we prove to them that they're wrong? How can we have a serious conversation that may make them realize that what they're thinking is wrong, and that, for example, not all Europeans are socialists. Not all Asians are good at math. Not all, I don't know. Not all African Americans are, let's say, gonna put a cap in your ass and take your money. You know, let's just put that way. I'm trying to be as tame as possible here, because
I get you. That's actually exactly what you're doing here. Being tame is one of the things that I like. It's idiotic to have to be such a. I want to just jump in and tell you that in where I live in real life, we use stuff like the N-word descriptively.
Oh yeah, I do that offline.
We don't have that. Like nobody cares, and I have colleagues from different countries, and when they hear us, like they're already used to that as well. And so we do that, but we don't do it on a racially racial stuff. We just, that's the word that we have. That's one of the words that we have. It's descriptive.
Do you know what I call Sonia Lisette? When she pops on my in my VCs when I'm streaming, or she just pops in channels or whatever. You know what I call her?
What?
Boobs. I say, hey, boobs. And we're good friends. Don't get me wrong, we're good friends. But I say that a lot. I like to pick on her a lot. I like to tease her a lot. But she played Conan Exiles. I gave her a Dafari, a 6 foot tall Dafari. Went and I have a mod to customize the thrall, so I made him taller, more muscular, and a huge dong. And then I named him Stripnotic and transferred ownership to her. I was like, Sonia, what the hell is wrong with you enslaving black people like that? She looked at me, like, oh my god, just to mess with her. And people say, people call that sexist misogynist. I'm like, okay, yeah, sure. Except I don't believe men are superior to women. I do believe we each have our own strong suits that complement the other, but I like to say a sexist misogynistic joke every now and then. I will use sexist misogynistic insults against you if you're acting like if the boot fits. But in reality, no. People should be able to discuss things the way they want. But do you know, exactly. We were pointing out how we were trying to self-censor ourselves, right? Do you know what's that's called?
The self-censoring? What?
It's there's an archaic term for it called Aesopian. Based off of Aesop's fables. He would say something, but he means something within the story.
Oh.
Yeah.
Okay, I know Aesop's I know Aesop, but I didn't know about that.
Yeah, they call it Aesopian.
It was very
so it means something other than what it actually means. Like when people say in Minecraft, right? That would be Aesopian. Do you know where that who made their people use Ethiopian terms, not by law, but by restricting them?
No.
Nazis. When the Nazis came in power, they took over the media. And journalists started getting upset about things, they realized they couldn't speak bad against the party, because when they took in power, they literally wiped out all opposition. They executed all opposition, took control of the schools, took control of the arts, took control of the media, everything. So if they wanted to keep their jobs, they had to say nothing bad against the party, nothing bad against their overlords. So in order to do so, they did so Aesopianly. You would have to find the words between the lines, but it was the way they could, express themselves and rally others as well.
Right.
And
so, message
John
within
Denver, the guy who wrote the song "Country Road, Take Me Home," he even says that to the Senate, like that's what the Nazis did, censor things. It's like, we're Americans, we don't censor. So, just pointing that out there.
The thing about self-censoring, or what you said is open, is like you don't you're forced to do that, and it's that political correctness that has been going on throughout the world. And at a certain point, and I think, and again, I would point out something that George Carlin said. You mentioned PTSD. The previous terms. You do know the previous terms of PTSD, like throughout the decades, right? The world wars and everything. It became a shell shock, right? Basically, like just burying the terms, and that's the thing is that when you do that, you're ensuring that the generations to come will be softer, will be not as capable of critically handling stuff, and will automatically need more shepherding.
Yes.
And that is basically the goal, because when you have a flock or a herd of humans that you can shepherd easily, that's when you assume total control. And even though we don't like it, when we're on YouTube, let's say, we do self-censor ourselves, and it happens because we do want to continue speaking. However, the thing is that sometimes it does spill out in real life, and a lot of people don't realize that, and it's a continuing process that is progressively getting worse. And with
no, like, I know that's a thing for everybody, and I know it's cliche to say it's not me, but you could ask Bo, you could ask Dash, you could ask a lot of people that join my VCs when I'm not streaming. I am a lot worse off stream. And when it's real life, I actually have a friend who one of my neighbors, he's another veteran, and he calls me a cracker, and I say, "What's up, my aunt?"
Yeah,
and it's a joke to us, but like people find out that, because like I agree with you, everyone is going to subconsciously think about that. That's why I tend to, or I try to, I should say, push back wherever I can and twist that knife.
Exactly, but that's you, and that's some people. But in general, I was talking in general that a lot of people just subconsciously leave that, and that's the bad thing, that that happens on a subconscious level. It doesn't happen so directly. Oh, Sonia is leaving.
Yeah, you have a good night, Lord Dragon and Sonia. Well, right now HypnoCast is on, so a good portion of my base is also HypnoCast. I'm also one of Hypno's mods, though I'm more of a part-timer now because I stream. So I mod for him whenever I can, but I'm also his server guy. So his Discord, whenever he needs something and he can't do it, he usually calls me to do it. So I'm like, okay. So yeah. But so we're gonna continue on, if that's okay. So we got the hate speech. Here's some alleged hate speech examples. There have been instances where hate speech laws have targeted individuals for peacefully expressing their views online, even before DSA came into effect. ADF International is supporting the legal defense of PV. I hope I'm saying that right. PV Ronson, a Finnish parliament and grandmother of 12, who stands criminally charged for hate speech. She shared her faith-based views on marriage and sexual ethics in a 2019 tweet, a radio show, and a 2004 pamphlet that she wrote for her church, centered on biblical texts. Male and female, he created them. Basically, there's two genders. Talk about triggers.
Yep.
I didn't know the Finnish government was so fucking soft. I heard they have. I wonder if they have oil. UN, can you check if they have oil? We'll and then tell us to go after them. Literally every war lately is a UN based war for oil, because the UN, people don't realize the UN controls the oil market. Like, you can look up food for oil program, and you don't know why the Americans were in Iraq.
Well, they can reportedly have oil. I'm sure someone can report on it.
Mm-hmm. But anyways, Pavi endured 2 trials and a year of public scrutiny before she was unanimously acquitted of hate speech charges by both the Helsinki District Court and the Court of Appeals. Despite her acquittal, the state prosecutor has appealed the case, taking it to the Finnish Supreme Court. It's obvious these laws aren't only about combating hate and violence. Rather, they may target any speech deemed controversial or challenge the status quo.
And that exactly what is deemed controversial. Who deems it as controversial? Like, so in this case, mentioning biology and the Bible is apparently controversial.
Mm-hmm. What if later on down
Insane.
the road? Here's the thing I mentioned in one of my videos or live streams. I can't remember, because I've been talking about this for the past week now. I tell people, what if you're like, okay, that's fine. I want that you're an atheist. Okay, fine. Or let's say you're a Christian and your tribe's in power. Okay, you're okay with this. Okay, well, what if with this law being here, the popular religion was Islam, and now you're a woman who's a feminist. Now you have to wear a burqa, or you'll be beaten to an inch of your life, and no one's going to help you because it's against the law. What if you can't walk on the streets because you're a woman, because you don't have permission from your husband or your oldest brother or father? Are you going to like that? Are you going to like praying 9 times a day when you're an atheist? Or we can go on. Like the law, the rule of law could be applied as a double-edged sword. This is why I'm against having laws unless they're absolutely necessary. And Rome had that problem. Rome had so many laws. There was laws that contradict each other. There was if you spat on a sidewalk, you get a citation. If you didn't spit on a sidewalk, for example, you get a citation from Rome, right? That the Emperor Justinian, when he came to power in the East Roman Empire, like Byzantine Empire, he condensed and reformatted thousands of years of laws and codes and removed a lot of them that became known as the Justinian Code, which is the basis of laws that were built since then in the Western world and America, even to this day. Less laws is better.
Exactly.
So, do you really need a law on that? Or maybe you need to be better at convincing people that your way is better.
I think a lot of you just need better education and a better education into real life. But it also pertains to what we're talking about now with this article and with everything. Like, nobody wants to do that anymore. Nobody can do that anymore. That's why they're trying to take control and put it into law, so that people can be in line.
Mm-hmm. Yep, and they don't have to worry about seeing a game that they don't like on the shelf because it's outlawed. So well, that means as an artist, is the game I make going to be a game that would throw me in prison because I want to talk about this subject in the game? And I believe that interacting fruity things in the game is going to get people to talk about. Like, for example, I mentioned this a lot. I wouldn't say I was a homophobic, but one of my views on homosexuality is not a perversion against God, but a perversion against nature. Well, the Bible, it is a perversion against God in the Bible. My original belief when I was an atheist was sex is a procreation of species. So fucking someone in the ass like that is not procreating species. So I was against homosexuality, but it was Dragon Age Inquisition, I believe, the Tentavir. I can never remember his name. People keep mentioning his
The French guy.
Dorian, or I think his name was like that. And then there's Anders. You can talk to them, and it gives you their perspective about being gay. And it changed my perspective. What if that talk is not allowed? Would I see homosexuals as humans? I don't think I'd be able to. I think I'd be literally one of those crazies out there that wants
like
to
John F. Trent.
Or no, I was thinking about people that live in the desert that want to toss those type of people off rooftops.
You would be viewing them as you were told to view them.
Exactly.
You won't be allowed to think. And if I can just input, because we're talking a lot about religion. I am an atheist, by the way. However, I do respect religion and beliefs for one main reason. It has helped a lot of people mentally with struggles and stuff. But I will never respect either an atheist or a religious law-making machine. Neither one or the other. I would respect something that is bound to logic and it's bound to making lives of people better. Because if you go one way or the other when we're talking about the whole populace, you need to think about what is going to be logically good. And whether or not you're religious or not, if you're respectful and you have the possibility, not the possibility, but the capability of understanding someone's views and even agreeing to disagreeing, as you with your buddy who gave this article. If you can agree to disagree, that's the basis of something that will be a good progression of lawmaking in the future.
Yeah. The thing that I tell people is the rule of law. The law is a double-edged sword. It can be applied equally. So you want it to be fashioned equally. But if you say you had to worship God, then you're being unfair to atheists. Since you said you're an atheist, like I was a former atheist. Do you know how atheism is allowed to be expressed in America under the First Amendment?
Not really.
People forget it's not freedom from religion, it's freedom of religion. So in the court of law and under the Constitution, atheism is treated like a religion, a belief in the absence of God, that there's no God. So it's a belief system because you can't prove or disprove the existence of God. So if not for that, atheism would not be allowed in America, which First Amendment rights.
Right.
So I always tell people, it's like, look, you don't want to believe in God. Awesome. I believed that God existed. I wanted nothing to do with it. I call myself a true atheist, someone who turned his back from God, want no affiliation with God. Because the original definition of atheism back in ancient times was no affiliation. The term atheist used now in the ancient times was called atheos. No, not theos. Agnosis without relation to God. Somewhere down the line, because etymology, words over time evolve and definitions change. The two words got crossed, so the definitions changed. So agnostic means you believe there's a God, but there's no affiliation, right? Then you have atheist, which means there is no God. So the Greeks would have called you ignorant or agnosis if you did not believe in the existence of their gods. But if you believe in the existence of gods but want to know relation or affiliation with them, they'd say, oh, he has no affiliation. He's atheos. So it was a funny thing I learned a while back. I used to study Latin and Greek, and like I said, I'm a big Western history buff. So, but the thing is like people had that right. We've been discussing the concept of, is there a God since what was his name? I don't want to say Homer. It was before Plato. He was an a philosopher. With it starts with an A. I can't remember his name, but he was Greek. But we've had those concepts of predestination and free will, and is there God or no God since the ancient times. And we're going to have that until the last human finally dies. There's not going to be an answer for that unless we die and we just either we find out there's a heaven and hell the hard way or the right way, whatever, or we take a dirt nap and we're never coming back. That there's no way to tell what's beyond. So I even the founding fathers believed this, because Thomas Paine was one of our founding fathers, wasn't a Christian. He did do the Bible studies and all this stuff, but he was a devout atheist, and he said so when he started supporting the French Revolution. But the founding fathers believed you shouldn't go to prison because of your right to religion. You shouldn't go to prison because you don't agree with certain people, right? So if they believed in that, they wrote the First Amendment in that way, that also means you could be gay, you could be straight, you could be gamer, you could be anti-gamer, you could be whatever you want, as long as you're not hurting anybody, to where the law has to be enforced to protect that other person's rights. That's what the rule of law is for. It's not to censor anybody. It's not to restrict anybody. It is to protect the rights of others. That's why we consider, for example, child porn obscene, because children can't consent. This is why we ban bestiality, because animals can't consent. Does not mean that those things don't exist in artistic expression. And while the child porn is obscene by law, is like there's no way to do, there's nothing like that, like to allow that legally. There are like aggressive hugging, let's call it that, fetishes out there. There's aggressive romance, let's call it like that, of different types. One that was made out into a song people like Sweet Dreams, right? Are we going to ban Sweet Dreams? Was made in the years when it was literally talking about that scene. Are we going to allow it to exist? Okay, then people who want to play those kind of games should be allowed to play them. It's only fair. The rules should be applied equally. Don't you agree, Disgusting? Or maybe am I going off on a deep end?
That's where, like, what we have to have as differentiate when it comes to child stuff. The fact that they can't consent and they're not considered legally like adults and like as part of society that can make the decisions and bear the consequences, and basically they're still basically a proper human in development, if I can say it like that. Having such games, if you have such games, let's say, or such media, that I think that would nurture, like, this is something that I would consider to either remove or not allow, because the same thing is happening. Like, what is the, like, these PDF people, what were they trying to be called right now? Maps? Is that it? The maps?
Something like that.
And trying to spin it off as a condition, like as a medical condition,
that they were born that way.
Yeah,
which was kind of ironic because it came after the news that there's no gauging back in 2019. It is when they were doing their studies, and the results came inconclusive. So after that, they started trying to say there was a teddy bear that likes to drive white vans offering free candy to certain age groups is a gene. They were born that way.
Yeah. So this is I would draw the line with this. I mean, this is something I would draw the line, because if let's say a game or a movie like that Cuties movie has an active audience of people, then I think that game, like, should, like, the people who are playing that game should be at least known, because you know what's gonna happen. Like, some people that are gonna happen, and I know that it's basically defeats the purpose of total freedom, but there is a ground that we have to stand when it's protecting true vulnerable groups like children. And I do think that children need to be more protected. I do agree with that. But censorship as a whole, the way it's being presented, is not the way. But if you're basically, it's a double-edged sword. You want to protect children, I get it, but it's not that the way that you're doing it now. But you should probably see who is making these games as well, because like, first of all, let's just say something. The games that are being censored are basically just adult fantasies, from what I've seen. Like,
for now.
Yeah, for now.
They could go after Stellar Blade or any other game.
So when you have, like, first of all, when you're an adult, you start to realize that there are a lot of freaky shit that people do in the bedroom. And I'm talking something like 50 Shades of Grey is basically the most vanilla thing you can see, by the way, of that world. Trust me on that.
BDSM, I believe you. I believe you. That's like baby's first BDSM.
So
I was an adult. I will tell you, but we like to fuck with each other. And when I was a fresh green brute private, the first thing my sergeant and my squad mates did was show me all kinds of things, including telling me to look up 2 females and a coffee cup. Let's call it that. And me being a broke ass private, I was like, $50 is $50, and I am traumatized from that.
Yeah,
to this day.
That is something that.
Let's just go with that. I mean, there's worse than BDS in that scene. Let's just put it that way. But it gets worse. It gets worse, and yet the key thing that scene tells people is it has to be consensual. That's the thing. So when you're like, I have a friend who's big into that scene. And she calls herself a bottom. She's a sub, is what she says. And she says there are doms out there who are not in the scene, that are posers in the scene, that all they want to do is control people. They don't understand that when you're controlling someone, it's almost like being a parent, because you are responsible for that person's life. You get to have the perks of, molding that person to be whatever you want, but you also have to consider their humanity as well. And Thomas Jefferson even mentions that when he talks about slaves. So in a matter of the Constitution, we don't have slaves, but the thing is, we don't have non-consented slaves. You cannot force people to be a slave. And when someone willingly wants to do that, they have contracts, they have all this stuff to cover both sides' butts on that end, and it's literally a document that she said it's a document that is a written record of consent for both sides for legal purposes. And I was like, yeah, well, I'm not going to, like, I was so vanilla. She was talking like it was like, water under a bridge, and I'm like, okay, as long as you're okay with it, I who am I to judge? I like big booba chicks, and I like playing certain games that are fucked up. Who am I to judge?
Exactly. And I'm not saying these games are something that only certain people would play. Well, if I have to be completely honest, I would focus, if I had the money and power that these people have, I would basically do what, as I said, what Geralt does. I would just go after the dark web, the whole dark web. I would go after these people. I would go after the traffickers, the real life traffickers. Like, video games are not the stuff of nightmares that people think they are. And if you have PDFs that are playing these games, then you can focus your efforts on them. You can do the necessary to protect children, but like, going after 99.9% of the people to potentially weed out that 0.1% that is going to be caught potentially
Mm-hmm.
and protect and not do anything to protect children is stupid. Because let's be honest, what are you if you're, let's say, a 15-year-old and you need to do a age verification? What you're gonna do? You're in high school. You're gonna go to some 18-year-old kid. You're gonna pay him $50. He's gonna register and he's gonna give you access to his account.
Mm-hmm.
That's that's on the top of my head. What are you gonna do if you're a child? If you're, let's say when you're a parent, you have to do some stuff, but you need to take care of the kid, and that's, I don't know if Lavistro you have done this, but I can tell you my sister has done this. Like, she just puts them on, let's say, for an hour on her tablet or her laptop to watch some videos. It's her credentials, her IDs. And just so she can do some stuff around the house and they can be entertained. Then she goes and focuses on them. But when you have some things around her, they're still using her credentials, and potentially can.
I agree. Like, I'll give you an example. Like when you hear my videos, when you watch my videos, or even heard it here on live stream, you might hear my phone going off. Right? That's because my phone is actually near me. It's not out of disrespect for anybody. It's because, while I'm streaming as Lavistro, the Dragon of Cyberspace on DragonCast, my son is watching content creators like Let's Game It Out, Preston Plays, and he likes watching memes. So that means it's easier for me as a parent to look at the YouTube history and see what videos are being watched. And I could say, okay, son, this video here you shouldn't be watching. This video here you can watch. Like, I can monitor and watch those things with him and talk about them if I need. That's my job. I don't need big government to do that for me. I don't know how do I. Here's the thing. Here's my argument. How do I know Agent Carter from the FBI or the CIA? You mentioned it. How do I know that person's not a PDF?
Exactly.
How do I know that person isn't some pervert? Maybe not PDF, but isn't some pervert trying to groom him to take his side of things? You know, his
like it hasn't happened.
Yeah, we've seen that. What's his name? I can't really. I want to say it was Woody Allen. I can't remember, but there was an actor. I remember hearing about this in the late '90s. My mom was talking about. She was big on celebrities, and he married this woman, raised her and his stepdaughter till she was of age, divorced the woman, and married his stepdaughter. I think that was Woody Allen. And she even said he was raising her to be the perfect wife for him. Now she would never leave him, this and that. This has been a thing. This is why we have laws that say children can't consent to things. This is why parents are the ultimate guardians of the child. It's the parents that the people say, like to say, or Hillary Clinton started it though. She said, it's the village that raises the child. I was like, yes, sure, I'll give you that. But it's the parents that decide who's going to be the child's educator, the village wise man or the village drunk.
Yeah,
I decide that. You're not deciding. I decide. I'm going to say, stay away from that person. He's drunk. He is not. I don't want you being like that person. But see that person out there in the street saying the all we are is but dust in the wind. Yeah, go listen to that guy. Because that guy right there has probably got some deep philosophical things in education that makes you think as you grow older. I'm quoting Aristotle. That's his name, Aristotle. The one that was started the whole predestination debate. But yes, we're going to speed it up here because we've been at this for a while. Shadow banning content. These are things that they're saying is happening through the DSA. But here's the question I have for everyone else. Now, I don't want to go into this is a politically charged topic, this one here.
Yeah.
But what if the powers that be decides they're all pro-choice? Or let's do this thing right now. But what if they were pro-life? And they say women can no longer have jobs. They say you have to be pregnant, bare feet in the kitchen, and that's the new law. And if you try to convince people that not every mother can be a mother, because there's some women that are just horrible mothers. There are proof. Like, you want proof? Serial killers. Let's go with that. Serial killers, right?
Oh yeah.
But we can't have that conversation now because it goes against the status quo. You might not be saying pro-abortion stances. You might be saying not every woman should be a mother, right? But because it disputes the narrative of the political dogma, that's censored now. Those are what laws can do.
Yeah, when you have these laws, you know that you have reached a very bad state of your country or society as a whole. And it is like, I believe personally with all of this is that something is going to happen quite soon that is going to be completely flip everything, like not in any country, I mean as a human society as a whole. When things like that start to happen more and more often and more like coordinated, someone somewhere is trying to do something. And I'm gonna go back to COVID. They basically, whatever the protests, whatever the stuff what like happened, it proved sadly one thing, that during the right circumstances they can close the whole world. And they did that. Even if it was for a bit, they managed to close the entire world, to basically just shut down the world.
Now, ladies and gentlemen, I do see the time slot. We will be going over time, but not too much time. I'm just giving some honorable mentions here. What you saw was an Australian and a Canadian version of the bill, but we will be covering the American version because I want a European's thought process on it. But before we do that, I'm going to go ahead and share cases from Niche Gamer. You know who Niche Gamer is discussing?
Niche Gamer, yeah.
A while back, they said they were going to step back from the culture war and just focus on, their thing. And sometimes they talk about politics, sometimes not. They also cover a lot of niche games, hence Niche Gamer. So I use them a lot as a source. I actually like them as a source. So far, they haven't.
They're fantastic.
Yeah, they haven't done anything to give me a red flag. I still test everything they say per se, but I do that with anybody, and I expect everyone to do that with me because I like being told I'm wrong. I like being challenged.
Me too. Actually,
and I think we all do.
Being corrected.
I don't think I've corrected you a lot, Dash, but I've corrected Hypnotic a couple of times. And I expect the same thing in turn. But I brought this up because of the title. Now, a lot of people say the online safety thing is a conservative thing because, the satanic panic, this and that. And I will say John De La Rose wasn't off the mark, but he was off the mark at the same time. It was like that meme, yes, but technically no. When he said satanic panic was a psyop. We've already discussed that there were people in televangelists, nosy Karens. Like if you go watch the old 90s censorship things in the Senate, you see it's fat, heavy-set Karens that don't like the content. Not a mom, some of them weren't mothers, they were just doctors and this and that. And said it just offended their sensibilities. You have doctors that probably didn't agree with the views as well, but they were opposing the crusade. It's like that. I want you to buy. It's like that. Buy my book, per se, right? In fact, I have it here.
Buy my book. Buy my book. Buy my book. Buy my book.
That thing's been going around since the 80s, right? But people forget, like with the 80s PMRC, which was funded by Tipper Gore, Al Gore's wife, who's a left-leaning. It was a bipartisan support to censor music. And one of the people that was on their Filthy 13 list was Twisted Sister. And the lead singer, Dee Snider, was a Christian, right? and accused them of defamation of his music. He says, none of my music talks about this. Here's what the songs say. Here's what they mean. And here's where you say they're fun. Well, I got these from Looney Tunes. Right? So I'm bringing this up because the American Kids Online Safety Act receives bipartisan support despite censorship concerns. So
the picture is amazing, by the way. It's exactly what we just talked about.
Mm-hmm. Who's what? And that's another thing I want to point out because I didn't say it before. That episode of Simpsons that we were talking about, the censorship episode, Marge pretty much hit the nail on the head and not realized it. He said most people don't watch cartoons and know what's going on. But do you know what that started that whole censorship thing with Marge?
It was something about Itchy and Scratchy's cartoon, like what they were showing.
But why? Why was she
violence.
watching it? Why was she so interested in all of a sudden? Because she said most parents don't watch what their kids are watching. All of a sudden she is, and she's offended by it.
Don't know.
The Homer Simpson was a clue. His head was all banged.
He was like he had a hit on the head and he was like laying down and watching TV. Probably.
Maggie hit the baby, beat him up with a hammer or something like that, and then she tried to stab him
because she was watching.
Because she was watching cartoons. Who let her watch the cartoon?
Yeah.
That episode, the whole argument on that episode, in my view, is, and it's one of those untold things. Like you just see it, you could have like if you're a parent, like as a kid, you're watching, you don't understand, but as a parent, you're watching, you're like, Marge Simpson was a horrible mother. She let that baby watch those shows, and she even says that most parents will watch it. If she took that this is just to give people a concept, right? But who's letting that baby touch that computer, right? Who's taking?
It's the parent. It is the parent.
Would you leave a steak knife on a kitchen counter, or not on a coffee counter where a baby can reach it? No.
Look, I have cats. I don't leave steak knives even for cats because
I made the mistake of leaving my favorite shot glass on the kitchen counter, and we have my son has a cat, and live during the stream I heard a crash, and my favorite shot glass was all over the floor. So we had a very long intermission, so I had to pick up every piece of glass.
Yep.
I don't even do that for my cats anymore. Yeah, yes they do. And but
still, you have to at least from that you learn, and if you get across a cat, you know, okay, not put that here, do not put that here, do not put that here. You know, it's a learning experience, and that's with animals. But with kids, we know that, especially small kids, toddlers, they're gonna touch everything. They're gonna try everything. They're gonna be interested in everything. So it is your job.
Yeah,
it's not the government's job.
As a parent, I'm going to tell you this. And this is every parent can probably agree to this right here. I'll say, hold on, we got something to take care of you here. But as a parent, I'll give you a little secret here. When my son was quiet as a baby, that means he was up to something. And I would find him trying to squeeze behind the TV because there's these wires. What are these things? My son, as a baby, when he was 3 years old, figured out how to turn on my Xbox and put in a game to play, and he did it right. Granted, it was covered in great fucking jam, but he watched from watching me do it, you know. But he was trying to figure out how to play a video game at 3 years old. Xbox. I don't have any children's Xbox games.
That's adorable.
But
that kids are sponges. They accumulate so much information, and same people that would support censorship online are the same people that are probably swearing openly in front of their children, like cussing and swearing and being horrible people, and children watching them in the stores just being a Karen.
Yeah, they have the most to hide, and some of them, some of these people are, like I said, are wealthy. So they can hire a nanny to watch their kids, so they don't have to do any interaction much. So they can both work. Then
Yeah.
make sure there's the parents who are the middle class. Like I have some neighbors whose kids come home an hour before they do because they're both teachers, right? And their kids, my son, are friends. They go to their house, they lock the door, and they're told not to watch TV, this or that. They do a good job, all things considered, making sure that their kids don't see certain things. But there are people out there who are their kids are influenced by other people, right? So the only thing I say is you need to be active with your kids 24/7. You need to know who's watching them, you need to know who's doing it. But these people, they don't have that, or they don't have kids. So then when for most there's those exceptions to the rule that have kids, great parents, right, and do this kind of thing. For the most part, most of them tend to have something to hide, and it comes out later. As Benjamin Franklin said, fish and visitors stink within 7 days, or is it 3 days, something like that. But the point is like the truth will always come out.
Yeah.
If it smells rotten, people are gonna be like, why is it smelling rotten in here? They're gonna ask questions. But
yeah, they're gonna try to say, no, it doesn't smell rotten. No, sure it does.
So the brief part of this one, the Kids Online Safety Act, is a proposed bill that receives bipartisan support from both Republicans and Democrats. I do want to mention there are 49 parties in America. And if you want to say your tribe, if they ruled the world, they would not be doing it. They would leave you alone, or they would be against this or that. I guarantee you, once they take power, as Lord Abbott says himself, power corrupts. Absolute power corrupts absolutely. When they become the dominant party, they will be doing the same thing because it's human nature. That's why we have limitations in our government. I don't know about yours. I don't know your politics, your government's politics too much, but like
we have a lot of parties.
But like our constitution, our charter, that because we're a republic, our charter is literally restricting of government as well as telling us what we can and cannot. Like people say, oh, the Constitution only restricts the government. No, it restricts the government, yes, but it also tells us what's going to happen if we encroach on each other's rights. There's a rule of law. We have to learn to live and let live, learn to agree to disagree. And but parties, however, they tend to want to gain that control and translate those laws for themselves, for their favor.
Pretty much the same thing here.
Then yeah, see, same thing.
The difference is that we have a lot of political parties here because we're a parliamentary republic. We're we have a prime minister, and that's from the ruling party. Mm-hmm. We constantly have coalitions. Actually, we haven't had a single party rule in over 15 years. And that's basically how it happens. It does allow for a little bit more, let's say, leeway and forgot the word. When you have to agree with someone even though it's not your view, just to get the middle ground.
Compromise.
Yeah, compromise, exactly. It's compromise, but essentially they all want
I want a clip, Sonia. I want a clip. I haven't been able to see SNH for a long time. I need a clip of this.
What happened?
She just said that I was featured on SNH Live.
Nice.
So I want a clip of this. I think I know what it is, which was why I wanted to showcase. But actually, I can do that here. I think you actually shared it discussing. I'm going to say it's probably this right here. If I can pull it up. Because I love using this quote. I've learned this. I actually learned this in college. This one. The one that says in the United States, video games are free speech. From a conservative judge.
Yeah.
God rest his soul. He died a year later. But he basically, the concept was video games are violence. Who's going to think of the kids? California passed a law that says you cannot sell violent video games to kids. And they went to court over it. That's why it says Brown versus ESRB, which is basically the state of California versus the ESRB, our version of the rating system. Like y'all have something like Peggy 18. Ours is like infirmature kind of thing, right? So there's an unofficial rating system to help parents and consumers know what content they're consuming before they buy it. Because back in the day, there was no return policy at all. Once you open a package, that was it, because they can't resell it. So now that we have return policies, we have 2-hour return policies, this and that. But so I think that's where I got, because I did that to Visa MasterCard statements. So if they were scrolling, that's probably what she's meaning. But that's what I want to clip, because if they're talking about me, I want to know. I'm going to add that clip to my. Everyone has, when you get talked about, you have your clips of fame. Even the bad ones where people talk about me. So I'm like, oh, haters gonna hate. But anyways, we're taking a lot of time. So the critics were vocal about the potential chilling effects it will have on freedom of speech. According to the bill, covered sites will have a duty of care to children under the age of 13. According to critics, this requirement compels sites to go above and beyond existing standards in order to ensure their product's design features. The bill's wide support was touted as a victory by U.S. Senator Richard Blumenthal. I've never heard of
Skeletor.
Okay, Skeletor, a Democrat from CU. What is CU?
Colorado, I guess. Connecticut.
See you next Tuesday. We'll go with that. Due to having 62 co-sponsors at the time of writing from across political aisles. Since posting the tweet has a community note added to it calling the bill a Trojan horse for internet censorship. Critics of the bill feel like it will empower bad faith actors in the government to attack sites they disagree with politically, using potentially predatory business practices as a smokescreen. I mean, after all, they did say the main argument when they started doing this is like, they're just going after porn, bro. They're just going after porn, bro. They're going after gambling, bro. No. It
started.
If you're a gamer and you've been a gamer for as old as Bo is, as old as I am, yeah, if you're an adult and you're a gamer, you've known they've tried this with Mortal Kombat. They've tried this with Grand Theft Auto San Andreas. Hillary Clinton did that. They tried this with pretty much every game. That games are bad.
And you remember the old video arcades? We used to go to as kids, drop the quarters in and play our games. There were fighting games and all kinds of stuff that they were trying to censor back then too, pull them out of the arcades. And this is back when I was, 10 years old, 12 years old.
Yeah. Back when I was still an itch in my dad's pants. My sperm donor's pants, actually.
They tried to get Dirk the Daring banned. What was the name of that game? Because the chick's boobs bounced.
Oh, I remember reading about that. Yeah. I can't remember the name of the game, but I know exactly which one you're talking about.
When I remember the character Dirk the Daring, and it was like playing a cartoon. Yep. Exactly like playing a cartoon. It was probably one of the best.
You're talking about Dragon's Lair?
Yeah.
Dragon's
Lair.
That's what it was.
And back then, I mean, the game, I went to a junior high, and this convenience store right up the road had the game. And boy, we'd go down there, all of us guys would go down there and try and play the game during lunch break just to see the girls' boobs bounce. And boy, they tried to ban that game everywhere because the boobs were bouncing.
That's a perfectly natural male thing to happen for boys, especially when you grew up playing Legos and all this other stuff and not really noticing boobs. And all of a sudden, your best friend, who is a girl, is all of a sudden her chest looks different than yours, and you're like, "What is that? Why am I mesmerized with that? This one has bigger boobs. Why am I mesmerized with that one too?" So it's perfectly natural. That's why you need your dad to talk to your sons, so they can say, "Yeah, it's perfectly natural, dude. Just don't stare at them unless they're your girls."
I was always asking when
girls, not girls as in daughter girls.
Yeah. I was always asking when someone is trying to censor that game, especially for kids. Okay, let's say you censor this game. They're not going to see Gigophysics. Oh no. Then you go on a family vacation on the beach. A lot of swimsuit bearing ladies with big boobs there. Some of them don't even have tops in certain countries and places. What are you going to explain to them then?
Are you going to on?
Yeah,
pervert.
Like, are you gonna just
That's real
pull a
life
mask
stuff. What
on
are you
your
gonna do?
child, or just gonna go and complain to the manager of the beach?
Put blindfolds on your kids? I mean,
Yeah.
You know, I'm gonna. If I go there and I see someone with a bigger dick than me, and a topless nudie beach, I'm definitely going to manager. It's like, how dare that guy who has a bigger dick than me, walk around naked like that? My dick is only 2 centimeters long. I can't compete with that.
Cut his dick off.
Yeah, trans that guy, castrate him. Well, but
one thing I don't
it sounds
understand
like you
about
support
censorship,
pedophilia.
what y'all just saying, you go to the beach and stuff like that, you see all, I mean, a bikini, even one pieces are scantily clad girls and women.
Yep.
And what are you going to do?
Mm.
Not go to the beach?
Yeah. I mean,
You're gonna have to do something. It's either you accept that's the rules of the beach, not go there. You accept the rules of the beach and just go there anyways, or you just not go there at all.
Explain to your child what nature is.
I'm not saying go to the beach with. I think for full disclosure with Bo, most people understand. I don't think Bo's saying go with someone who's like literally a child, as in little itty bitty child. We're talking about like obviously they're teenagers and stuff like that. They can handle this stuff, and you can talk to them about it. And they'd understand kind of stuff.
No, even little kids, 5, 10-year-olds. They're going to wonder about that.
We do have to remember we are on YouTube, and they will take things out of context. That's why I was saying that.
Okay, well, I can leave the show for tonight then.
No. You don't have to leave the show. I'm trying to. I'm
not
trying to make sure
we. Gods.
Yeah, we're trying to piss off the internet. That's it. Like you and I, you know me. I agree. I usually agree with a lot of things you say and this and that. But when it comes to YouTube, we still have to be mindful. If we were just strictly on Rumble, I think we'd still have to be mindful because it's Rumble.
About taking kids to the beach. All I said was that you parents, you talk to your kids.
Oh, I thought you were talking about taking them to the topless ones. Okay, never mind.
No.
That's totally, yes, you're right. That's totally different. Yes. Or just going to the pool. Yeah, I thought you were talking about the nude beaches. Like,
taking kids to the beach. No, I'm not talking about nude beaches. No.
Yeah. No, I will go to the nude beach. No problem. If a woman says, "Ew, you're 2 centimeter dick, it's hard there." Yeah, I'm a guy, and you're naked. So don't come to a nude beach then. Don't tell me to leave.
Trust me, the nudist beach is not what it's propped up to be, by the way.
Oh, I know. I went to one when I made the mistake of going to a nudist beach on one of my R&R deployments. I will never ever do that again.
Yeah, like fucking.
I thought a Batman in a red Speedo was bad.
No.
Like,
the horror that you see there, the horror that you can see there is beyond human comprehension. I think Lovecraft went to nudist beach when he was crafting his stories.
Yeah. Let me put it this way. When I was in art school for game design, I had to do freeform drawing, and I think it was freeform. Basically, I had to draw the human figure, and that I asked what that meant. I said, "Oh, you're going to be drawing a nude art, like a nude model. There could be nude model in there. You could draw." I always think it's going to be a hot bimbo or a muscular guy that I draw. Right? No, these were college professors. These were their friends. These were like 60 to 70-year-old people that by the time I was done with it, I could not look at the human body the same again. And now when I look at a female body, I admire a beautiful female body, but not in the same way that a typical guy would. I admire the human form. I can see the
have seen the future.
Yeah. No. Most of my friends are a little different. Most of my classmates were a little different. Me, I just could not. How to put it? Going into art school, I could learn to see shapes and figures in a certain way. And I could admire. I admired the female body more than just mere carnal pleasure, just because I saw so much horrible shit. Pink-haired fatties that were 80 years old with nipple rings. Females. And mind you, I was not in California, but I had to go there on campus for that. So for the whole semester, I was in California. I would never ever do that again. But
yeah.
continue on. Critics of the bill feel that it empowered bad faith actors in the government to attack sites they agree with politically. We talked about it. All right, so here we go. Just go here. Covering platforms will be required to make easily accessible options to limit these design features. And while some should obviously be restricted, such as in-game purchases, others are part of the current web we know it, and usually include options to turn them off, such as notifications, autoplay, personalized recommendations. Through admittedly, these are usually hidden in settings menus. Just as support for the bill had been bipartisan and citizen, criticism has been bipartisan as well, with individual citizens expressing concerns that the bill's enforcement could be used against sites which host LGBT plus content and progressive speech just as much as it could be used against conservative speech, religious speech, free market speech. The bill, I'm adding those in there. The bill is also supported by companies such as Nintendo of America, X, and the Christian Camp and Conference Center. Obviously, in my personal views, they're not Christians because
wait, the child safety bill is being supported by what?
The Christian Camping Conference Association and Nintendo of America, X, formerly known as Twitter.
X is supporting the bill?
Yeah, according to Niche Gamer.
That was in 2024.
That can't be right. I gotta see this.
Yeah, I haven't.
But that's from 2024, by the way. Might have changed.
Okay, it might have changed, but I would have pointed out that it still has bipartisan support.
Yeah, but like, first of all, I don't know how you guys think, but whenever two supposedly opposing parties agree on something, that's always a reason of concern.
Mm-hmm.
At least here. And when you have support from two parties about something, and they're from parties and companies that are possibly opposing as well, then you know that something weird is going on. And the other thing is that you have bipartisan resistance from both conservatives and progressives. Yep. So basically, you have people versus the government. Have both progressive who are LGBT blah 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 Q. You have both conservatives all believing that whatever your beliefs are, whatever you follow, you should not be censored for it. And you have the government from the two parties. You have support on the other thing. So it's basically one against the other, and the people with different beliefs are banding together against something that is a potentially common evil.
Yep.
So that's the very worrying thing, because like not worrying, but very strange thing, because I've seen like what bills that opposing parties that are usually at each other's throats propose and agree, and it's always detrimental to people. And this looks like exactly that, and the people again are kind of aware of that because of the whole criticism, which is good. But it just goes to show that if someone is going to benefit from something, it doesn't matter which party they're gonna be from. They're just gonna work against the people.
Do you want to know something funny about some Lavistro lore? Do you want to know how old was I when I was introduced to porn?
I'm gonna guess 7.
No, 12.
Okay.
You know where I got the porn from?
Blockbuster?
No. I went to my attic in the new house my parents moved in. It was an old farmhouse built in the 1700s. So it had hundreds of homeowners over the centuries it existed, right? And I was looking for a pirate sword, some treasure, because when I hear 1700s, I'm thinking, oh, George Washington was staying here. I might find something cool like a musket or something. You know, when you're little, there's no logic to your brain, right? You're exploring. And I was 12 years old, and I found a stash of porn from the 70s, Playboys, Hustler, all that stuff.
You did find treasure.
I did. I found treasure, all right. Bush-approved treasure. And I also knew, because I loved history as a kid, that a lot of houses had hidden panels. And I knew my mom wouldn't, like me looking at this, but this is my chance to see what my mom really thought about it, but I didn't want to get in trouble. So I left it in the attic, went downstairs, and a few months later, I found out my room was the master bedroom of the house back in the day. And those bedrooms had hidden floorboards to hide their muskets during the Revolutionary War, when the British soldiers would seize and search and all that stuff. Found the hidden cache thing, cleared it out of all the cobwebs, and put the porn in there. And now that I think about it, it's probably still there.
Whoa, that's vintage 70s porn. If nothing else, that's gonna be worth a lot.
And let me just say, I'm pretty sure that the Hustler magazine of that one is the reason why I had a thing for teachers. I'm pretty sure. Glasses,
Fair
long
enough.
hair, big boobs. Yeah. That was like what my thing back then. And yet, am I a porn addict? No, I'm not. It's just, it was
You're a
someone
porn
left
admirer.
behind. Yeah, right. Like, it was just some porn I found that someone left. What? Let's just say, that I have a credit card, and well, you were saying before, but like I buy porn for myself, right? For me to watch. I keep it out of safety of my kids. I die, pass away, but I had my porn stats hidden to where no one was able to find it. And then some kid hundreds of years later or decades later finds it. That's how most kids access that stuff. It's either the parents aren't watching or it was accessible. You can say, well, that's the argument of why banning porn online. Okay, well, who let the kid access the internet?
Yep.
We have one computer in this house. It's mine. My son has a tablet from Amazon. I know exactly what he's watching at all times, right? So when you're trying to say you want to be more restrictive, back in when I was a kid, there was Playboys and Hustlers with little censor jackets on them at my reach in the store. Thing is, I could never open those or pick them up because if my mama caught me, I was in so much shit. If my dad caught me, I was in so much shit until I was a teenager. My dad says, you know what, son? My dad, when he gave me the birds and bees, he took me to a random woman in a hotel room. That's against the law. Nowadays, I'm not going to do that nowadays. I don't want to talk with you.
Did that? Wow.
My granddad did it to my dad. That was in the 50s. In the 50s. Not talking about now. I'm like, no, my dad doesn't do it to me now. He just didn't know. He didn't want to have to talk. So, but he was trying to understand how to be a dad. And he did a good job for the most part, but this is one of those times where he probably should have smacked my hand as a teenager, right? Or beat my ass for looking at whatever. He says, I'm not going to say anything. And he grabs a Hustler magazine and says, if you don't say anything. So I was like, okay, my dad watches porn or reads porn. That explains a lot since he likes to watch 80s action movies with exposed titties everywhere. That explains a lot. But no, so this bill ain't gonna protect kids from that.
It's not. It's not. They're gonna find it and they're gonna watch it even more uncontrolled. They're gonna watch things that they wouldn't otherwise watch. And just like with every prohibition, every just denial, people were just gonna lash out even more, and at the end you might actually have a future generation of people who would be porn addicts because of such censorship. Just because they did it so much more.
Yeah, it's called the forbidden fruit syndrome.
Exactly whatever is forbidden is the most tasty.
Yep. And here's what I'm gonna put in paragraph 4 here. Wait, actually I don't have it. Ooh, it's not showing up. So let me fix that. So I was trying to showcase the bill, right? That's why I was talking about this. I didn't realize I wasn't highlighting it. But The Supreme Court says this is the use of blocking and filtering software. The country founders found the filters do not work in one of 10 pornography sites that exists internationally. All that stuff, right? But here, additionally, paragraph 4, Pew Research has revealed studies that only 39% of parents use blocking or filtering software for their mind's online activities, meaning that 61% of children only have restrictions on internet access when they are at school or a library. Okay, First off, I want to say that I don't have filtering or blocking because I am the filter or blocker. I'm the one with the PC. I'm the one with the internet access. My son has YouTube for Kids on his Amazon laptop. They told me they have everything filtered. I still look it up. I still look everything that my son has activities on. He can't access, let's say, Pornhub or Brazzers.
Yeah.
He can't access that at all. It's not a filter. It's just he doesn't have the internet, right? He doesn't
there's safeguards in place already.
Yeah, there are already safeguards in place from what you have chosen to give him.
Mm-hmm. So the only way he'd be able to access to porn is if he knew my password to my computer, which he does not have. And if he did, he's gonna find his dad's gonna walk past the studio doing his thing and find out on his big monitors his son would be watching allegedly Big Boobas or whatever he was into, which means his dad's gonna pull him off that chair and teach him, he not really teach him the rights and wrongs, but bust his butt for watching porn on dad's computer. Because he broke my rule, right? So, but my son has never saw porn, doesn't know what that is, and that that means he's part of the 61%. I don't know I know Bo's kids are all grown up. Dash, you don't have kids. What about you?
I don't have kids.
I know you don't
have either.
Yeah, but
my daughter. Give you an example. My daughter, when she was 9 years old, I played Star Wars: The Old Republic religiously, and she'd sit in my lap while I was playing the game. When she was younger, she didn't play the games, but she would sit in my lap. She loved watching them. Well, when she was 9, going on 10 years old, I was like, okay, I'll start you an account for Star Wars: The Old Republic. And I'll teach you how to play. And you and I, my ex-wife and I were divorced at the time, but I had her every other weekend, a few weeks out of the summer, actually a month out of the summer, she stayed with me. So we'd play these games together. This is how my daughter got started playing games. Well, Star Wars: The Old Republic, I exerted all my parental control. I monitored her chat. I went into the chat logs of the game to see who was sending her IMs and stuff like that. But the thing about me and her mother, we didn't get along well and we got divorced, but we agreed on how we were raising her. And I was so proud of her because these dudes that would send her nasty messages and stuff, she didn't even talk back to them. You could see in the log that she blocked them immediately. She didn't want none of that. But I still, even though I saw that she was doing that, I would still check them logs after every time she played. And there were times I'd get up because we'd be in separate rooms and hollering back and forth. No, go over here. Come this way. Come that way. But I would still get up and take breaks every now and then, and I look at her chat. But she was monitored, and her access to the internet was only granted by us when we allowed it, I guess you could say, and only for specific things.
I'll give another example. My son, he's not even in middle school. He's still in elementary school. And his classmates have phones. And he asked me, he's like, Dad, why don't you let me have a phone? I was like, well, son, because if I give you a phone, you'll have access to something called Twitter. And if you have access to something called Twitter, there's a lot of horrible people on there. Some good, some bad. And there's some people that really like kids, but only to hurt them. And you're not going to have a phone. You need to call someone. You ask to use the phone at school. If you want me to come pick you up, you ask from your friend's house. You ask to borrow the phone. if you want to call your mama because we're divorced, you ask me to borrow my phone. You're not getting a phone until I think you can handle it. You don't even listen to me when I say go to bed on time. You don't listen to me when I say daddy's streaming DragonCast, and you just your time to watch YouTube videos and play video games, which is in the room next to me so I can hear them, right? But it's like you don't even listen to me. You still coming in here because you want to see what I'm doing. You're a kid. So it's like you're not getting a phone until you can handle it. But they point out here that they said because of their failed efforts to block children from seeing porn, Congress that is, it constitutes a compelling government interest, right? But they keep failing. So they're already admitting that because they fail at censoring the Congress and government has failed to prevent kids from seeing this stuff, it's a compelling government interest. And what they're saying is people don't use blocking and filtering. Parents don't use blocking and filtering. Yeah, if you don't require me to block and filter my thing, like use a V chip back in the 90s, for example, I'm not going to do it. It's a pain in the ass. I'm just going to tell my kids, you better not be using my computer. That just means I'm going to be on my toes. If they're watching, for example, I don't know, 90s Saturday night, 1990s Saturday night fan service TV episodes. We'll just say that. Because we can show a lot. We can talk a lot about them because the actresses out there had big boobas as well. Cleavage, a lot of sexual nose, all that stuff. If they're watching stuff like that, I'm going to tell them you can't. If you're watching it, get off. Right? That's my job. And there's going to be hell to pay if you defy your dad. Like we all knew this growing up. I'm not going to filter it because what if I say, kids, go to bed, daddy wants to watch his shows, and because let's say I wanted to watch Incredible, and it's not a porn, it's nothing sexual going on, but there's a lot of blood and gore in that one. Incredible, the Amazon series, I actually enjoy watching, right? And I just got done with the last season. But anyways, my point is like, now you're gonna say because I don't want to do the that percentage, right? I don't want to block my thing. I'm going to type that thing in there. I'm just not going to watch TV. I'm just not going to deal with that shit because it's too hard. It's not too hard. It's annoying. What if I forget? What if with my brain injury I'll forget about it? You're going to send me to jail for not having a filter. That means every show that may or may not be offensive, I'm not going to watch. How many more lazy ass dragon Americans are there that's probably thinking the same thing? I'm not going to make that extra step and unlock my thing instead of just telling my kids to go to bed until I can watch my shows.
Thing is, when you have a lot of burnt out people, like a lot of people that are severely burnt out from everyday life, eventually the resistance is possibly not going to be enough to stop this because they'll just do, okay, this is one more thing, I will allow it because in the end it's going to take away my responsibility to do this thing, and okay, the government is going to take care of it, so I'm not going to think about it. And yeah, that's paragraph 6. Thing is that you cannot stop people, teenagers, from looking, be it on their phone or another computer or something. They're going to be exposed to it. What parents, like a lot of parents, need to, and this is a problem with a lot of new parents, especially young parents, like I'm talking about 20-something years old, that's just didn't have the right mindset, in my opinion, to have, and I've seen this around here. You need to know what you're getting into yourself into. Like when I was growing up, like my dad and mom were divorced. I was seeing my dad only on the weekends, but he was there every instance that I had to, like, something needed to be done, and he provided me with more education than ever, even with the limited time that he had. But that was because, and I'm the third kid in my family, by the way. I'm the youngest. Like, and he went all out on teaching me, on imparting some knowledge, some like everything that he could for me to become at least a decent human being. And a lot of parents don't do that right now, especially younger parents. Because
I am very grateful for all the sacrifices my parents have made for me.
I told
those are sacrifices that the parents made, and some sacrifices are gonna infuriate a teenager because they're emotional, because their hormones are running wild, and you're gonna say no, he's gonna scream. Yeah, you're gonna thank him. You're gonna thank your parents in just a few short years. You're gonna thank them for not allowing you, for monitoring you, for doing a parent's job and not relying on the government to do it for you.
Yeah, exactly. One thing I always thought when my ex-wife and I were thinking about having a kid back in the day, I told Beanie owns the 7 dragons myself. I was like, okay, I'm gonna let you know this right now. We're married, which means we kind of stop a moment of our time to spend time with each other, to keep that relationship going. But once the child is born, our lives stop until that child leaves the house. I want to be, let's say I want to be a radical heavy metal musician, which, yes, I saw you jamming to my intro earlier in the stream, which was, thank you for that. That actually boosted my ego.
His intro is really good.
It's a crazy nice music.
It's AI though. I will say that it's AI.
I know. But it's still nice. Like I can appreciate, even if it's AI, like it's catchy.
The words are mine. I wrote them, but AI sung them. So
yeah,
but it's still considered AI. But if I want, like I said, if I want to be a heavy metal musician, all this stuff, and I have a kid, well, my dreams went out the window. I have to do what's best to support that child. If she wants to be Dr. So-and-so and cure heart cancer or whatever, she's got to wait until his child is out of the house, right? Like we have to do what's best for the child. We can't go to medical school for 10 years, for example, if the child's going to be born in 9 months. We have to do what's best for the child. And we kind of agreed to that, and we still agree to that. She when she realized, like, she had her issues during the divorce, but then she realized, first off, she couldn't use me for monetary gain, but she also told me later on down the years, it's like, the only reason I stopped fighting as much as I wanted to make you suffer was you were the best option for the child. You stay at home, you're medically retired, you don't have to do anything, and as long as people pay their taxes, because I'm a disabled vet, you're going to get a paycheck, my medical retirement check, my VA disability. So she let me have the child, which means that I'm there 24/7 with him. She's out doing her own thing. Did my life stop? No, I just found ways to work around it, but my priority will always be my child. And that's the thing about parenting. Just because you don't like how a parent is raising their kid, like, for example, there's people out there that are pissed off that I have full primary custody of my son. There's people out there that are pissed off that I don't work. I'm sorry, I can't work. I'm disabled. This is work for me. But that means that I had to teach my son the value of work other ways, right? I had to do other things for my son. But that's my job as a parent. That's not your job to tell me what to do. I have rights as a parent. And this right here is a violation of my rights. But here's another thing I highlighted here. 54% of teenagers seeking it out, meaning, they're teenagers. That's what they're going to do. I've already gave my story. I bet you
I did that with a teenager. I sought it out.
Exactly. They're talking about, when they tried to, I agree we need to stop teen pregnancy. I 100% agree with that. But when the government in the 90s tried that, it just made it worse. When they tried to say, okay, we're going to talk about safe sex and condoms to teenagers, they made it worse, because then they even made it even more worse, because now they would either have one or they wouldn't. And STDs were starting to be on the rise for teenagers as well because of it. So when the government gets involved in things, and no, I'm no libertarian, but when the government gets involved in things that are parents' responsibilities or a private matter, it just makes things worse.
Not to mention that we live in an age globally that people are more and more distrusting of anything a government says. So anything that they do, anything that they say, people are going to have more and more distrust, and it's going to be far worse even from the 90s.
Now, here's what I find funny. Is they say harmful will picture the image graphic film, but they're citing the Miller's test here, which I agree with. The obscenity laws is what determines what's still within or outside the terms of First Amendment protections and free speech in America. For example, if I say disgust thing is a fat slob, in my opinion, that's my opinion, right? You can't sue me for my opinion, right? But if I said disgust thing it is a part of the funny World War II funny mustache man society and wants to unalive everything out there that's not him, and that means you lose your monetization, your channel, you lose your job, and all that stuff. It costs you the right to pursuit of happiness of your life. You can sue me for that, right? That means that my free speech is no longer free speech or protected because I harmed someone else's right to their speech and their rights. So there's that. And here, that's different from the Miller's test, which the Miller's test is like, is it obscene? And so we've talked about this a lot, but I'm surprised they brought this up here. So these are what rules to make obscene, right? But then they say, because they use A, right? When they say is obscene. Well, for it to be B, it has to meet these. It has to like meet or fail these requirements. Like it has to go for these things first by the Miller's test. That's what. But then they added here.
I have a question about this. Would that include all the, in my opinion, extremely obscene displays in a pride parade nowadays? And I mean, like trans people twerking in front of a 2-year-old's face with nothing but the G-string.
I'm not a lawyer.
No, I mean, what as a normal? Yeah. Okay, we can.
But no, I'm just saying to appease the internet gods. I'm not a lawyer. I'm going to give you my thing. I'm just saying I'm not a lawyer. But I will say, in my personal view, if you're saying we're gay, we're pride, and you're wearing full clothes, and you're just walking down the street, fine, cool. I will have to talk to my son about gays eventually. Okay. If you're walking down the street and you're wearing leather harnesses where we can still see your junk, or walking around acting like a pony, or whatever the case may be, and my kids
having
Daddy,
kids with you.
Yeah.
Why is that?
But shame on the parents for bringing those kids to those sort of events.
Yeah, I know. That's what I'm saying. Shame on the parents for that. But that is obscene.
But still, it's not only about the parents, by the way, because they're marching through the whole fucking city.
Yeah.
So
some of those parents live in the buildings on that parade route.
Yeah.
They don't have they can't afford. By contract they're forced to honor their leasing requirements, or they can't afford to leave. Right? That is a thing.
Exactly.
So you just did that. Now, if they said we're gonna have gay pride parade and you guys have to be clothed like normal fucking people, like everyone else, then I'd be like,
that's
what?
The funny thing is, like, there are gay people that do just like dress like everyone else. It's these like weirdo activist people that just want to shove their sexuality down everyone's throat.
I guarantee you, those normal gay people never once participate in a gay pride parade. I could be wrong. There could be exception rules,
or at least in the last 10 years,
or at least like the parades, like maybe like back when, like it was actually like. But like these modern ones, like I hear nothing but like just weird shit about them.
They don't even want to mention they're gay, not because we would ridicule them, but because they don't want to be associated with.
Oh yeah, it's the same thing with there's trans people that are exactly like that because they because of how much of a bad reputation like those other like people have like caused, and Like I've seen this. I've talked to
Yeah,
people.
same here.
Yeah, and like I said, I'll point this out. I still believe homosexuality is a perversion against nature, but I also believe in a person's right to be gay in their expressions. Right? Like I understand it. So it's like I have to respect other people's right and still have my beliefs. So while I'm friends with homosexuals, and I'm like, you know what, you're a person. Just please don't tell me about what you do in the bedroom, and I won't tell you about that hot chick I banged. Probably never. People think since we gamers can't have kids, and I still have kids. And
Yeah.
I obviously banged a hot Asian, and people don't realize that. I'm like, yeah, that was a thing.
Nice.
But no, I want to point out they used the Miller's test, but they twisted it, and then they say it again with the scene definition, which we covered in past DragonCast. By legal definition, is this. So they're repeating themselves again. Or is child pornography, which is this. So they don't I don't even know how to say it, but they don't know what they're talking about. They didn't they want to justify saying, oh yes, we're going to mention the obscenity requirements. The Miller's test is what we call it. And the Miller's test was because someone sent his mother and a restaurant owner lewd drawings back in the 50s or 60s, 50s to 70s, somewhere in that time. It was before I was born. And the court cases, their arguments to say, okay, let's decide what is obscene here was those three things. Is it taken as a whole, blah blah blah. So here they say two minors, but they added those two minors in there. In reality, it was as a society. So we as a society agree, and this is why they put it in there. That kind of stuff is that kind of thing to show a child is obscene. We get angry as a society, regardless if you have kids or not. Around the world, we get angry when you harm a child in that manner. We say wood chipper for a reason. So they're using that to say, oh, we're just we're creating this. No, you're trying to reinvent the wheel and use children to, like, prohibition succeeded because people said, will someone think of the children? Just putting it out there. We're not going to go to the full thing. We're just going to press for time.
Yeah,
here.
we're going way over.
Yeah. And I even still, when I said we're going to go over, I was trying to limit it, but we still have to discuss things. But in your view, because I noticed I haven't been able to watch all your videos because it's been a crazy week for me. I noticed you were also covering these things on some of your videos. I haven't been able to watch them. But what do you think about these laws, and what do you think would be a better alternative? And to close it all out with the topic, what would constitute safe online gaming to you? What would be your proposal?
So we kind of covered what I was talking about my videos in our talk today. In my opinion, first of all, this is severely not about protecting children. This is just a front. It's not about the children. It's about getting your foot further in there so you can censor more and more stuff and control what people see, as in terms of news, as in terms of discussion. As we mentioned a bit before, there's also this one thing that is a part of especially in the UK now, we discussed it with Dash as well, what you can and cannot talk about, and that's severely not about porn and not about protecting children. It's about, like, let's say, anti-immigrant policies and stuff like that. Ireland is having allegedly the law about mandatory housing of refugees, and all of this, when you compile it with collective shout, pressuring visa and payment processors to censor and to not allow you to buy certain books, it all comes together as a one big move on all fronts. It's not about gaming. It's not just about gaming. That's why it's so widespread. That's why we're talking about these things. It's not only about gaming. It's not only about online stuff. I mean, it is online stuff, but it is not only on what's happening on the internet, but what you can talk online about real stuff. And if these laws pass, potentially we won't be able to talk about what's happening in the United States that's not allowed to be talked about. Let's say some elections or something that someone said, and it's going to be more and more and more. And if they pass that, then they're leaving the door open for just pushing more and more censorship. And that's why I mentioned 1984, because someone is reading that as a guidebook. It's the UK, and you know V for Vendetta, and you know that, and it's like, it's weirdly funny to see how movies are coming to life, like in real life, are coming to reality, but it is happening. There's all this censorship.
Elon's bringing iRobot to life.
Yeah, because hopefully it's iRobot. Hopefully it's not Terminator. Because iRobot at least had some sense of protecting their own and not exterminating the entirety of the human race.
No, they were just going to put it under one huge police state.
Yeah, which basically corresponds with all of this as well. Like, I mean, when you allow, like, to the topic of safer gaming, how would it be better? I don't think we need it to be better in the sense of having more laws. We already have games that do have these scores and stuff like that. We need better education of people that are to be parents. We need parental education, proper parental education for future parents. We need people to know what is harmful and how to protect their children from harmful content, how to talk about their children if they're exposed to some content, how to teach the children to think critically so they can make the decisions of and can recognize harmful decisions. That's how people that work in, let's say, the anti-money laundering industry are taught. You have patterns, and you're being taught to recognize patterns and activities. So if we can do that to adults, we can do that to children as well. You just need to be more attentive. However, we get to another problem, as I mentioned that before. Single income families are going to be a thing in the past. More and more parents are going to be more into work in order to support the family. So that's also a problem. So it's a multi-layer problem that ultimately allows for people in power, in my opinion, that's only my opinion, to push censorship to the point that they're going to control at a certain point everything, including gaming. You're not going to have any unique gaming. You're going to have sanitized, approved gaming. You're going to have communist gaming, and you're going to have only what you're giving. And you will own nothing, and you'll be happy, and you'll be only thought to consume and be happy with anything that you consume. And that's the purpose. Because if you're kept on the bare minimum, eventually you will learn to accept that bare minimum, and that's something that we shouldn't allow.
Mm-hmm. Yes, I think we all agree. Well, I have an update from X before we go into the next section of the podcast, which we are almost done. And it's from X. They said they received my request to have my account reinstated, and they were reviewing high volumes of requests and appreciate my patience as they take longer than normal to get back with me about an outcome. The account reinstatement is under their new criteria, and I need to wait 5 to 7 days for them to review and respond. So basically, go fuck off. Elon Musk,
yeah.
All I did was shout out my followers for DragonCast, as I have done for the past, how many episodes of DragonCast now? Episode 28. So yeah, 28 weeks. Every Saturday, I've always done this. And when people ask me not to shout them out anymore, I remove them from that list out of respect. I like to shout out my followers so they can get followers and people can network. And when people ask me if they have an issue with it, I do. I understand bots do that, but I'm not a bot. I'm a stupid idiot.
Oh yeah. I was just sending a DM, and I got flagged as a bot on my other account today.
Oh, interesting.
Yeah, so they must be testing some new anti-bot software, and it's just
or X really is supporting these censorship laws, and they don't want people on X to find out I have a podcast talking about it.
Might be.
No, I don't think so. I don't think that's the problem. I'm not a tinfoil guy.
It might just be stupid AI.
Yeah, but I'm going to do the head and say we are at that last part of the segment before we end the stream, which is chill your shit. Chill your shit is the part of the show where most people just say, "Okay, discuss thing. Give us your socials. Where do people find you? You know, all that stuff." Okay, that's your text. What you thinking? No, here at DragonCast, Lavistro allows you to treat the channel, my viewers, as your viewers, because they may or may not be, and give them a taste for a maximum of 15 minutes. It could be 5 minutes, it could be 15, of what to expect on your channel. So, without any ado, I'm going to kick out Bo. I'm going to kick out Dash. I'm going to kick out myself and show you shit. In the meantime, I'm going to take a much needed bathroom break.
Greetings, I am on DragonCast and I'm happy to be here. Thanks to Lavistro for having me. So, in order to kick off this, I just want to say I am a returning gamer for many years now. I have played sporadically and now I'm deep into playing all sorts of games, mostly old but new as well, just re-exploring myself and also talking about basically what we have been talking about in this podcast as well. Freedom of games, basically the way that the people want to have their games, their content, their pop culture. And I'm just one small voice out there who just shouts as loud as he can on his channel with his followers to have a better way of gaming. I'm against censorship. I'm against everything that is trying to be mandated. I'm against people trying to dox, cancel, and ruin other people's lives. I am for enjoying what you want to enjoy without harming other people. So this is what you can expect to see on my channel. Videos that talk about and criticize bad video game decisions, bad video game companies, bad video games as a whole. You can also expect me praising good video games, praising good decisions, and just championing every good stuff that are happening. We have had some stuff in 2025 that have been very positive. You can see also several other things. You can see my live streams that I game, and I have a music section on them that is at the end of each weekend stream that I do on my guitar and play stuff for you, the audience. And if you decide to become a member of my channel, which is on 3 levels, even at the lowest one, you'll see one of the things that I actively do on my channel and actively work to increase. It is helping homeless animals and animals in shelters. So each month, whatever happens, we make a stream that we donate to animal shelters around the globe. And on a weekly basis, I upload a video of animal feeding from, let's say, my work to my home. Usually it's cats. And you can see that as a member. This is what I do. I also have a music channel, which is called Disgusting Music, that I'm trying to revive. And you can find me primarily on X, where I post pretty much whatever I like, because that is my right and that is the freedom of everyone. So if you want to see, go check out my channel, go check out my X, consider giving me a subscribe, a follow, reach out if you want to talk and discuss some stuff, and I'll be happy to see you.
Okay.
Did I make it good? I think I made it good.
I think you did awesome. I was listening while I was on
Doing your shit better than anybody so far.
Yeah, that was one of the best.
Yeah, people are starting to learn. I also have to let people know that you hijacked my channel to do your shit for 15 minutes. But yeah, that was the best one. People are starting to understand. Like, yeah, you don't just give your socials. You sell your socials. You sell yourself. So that's awesome, dude. That
Does that
being
make me a
said,
sellout?
well, you're selling yourself. You're marketing yourself. Think of it that way.
Yeah.
Yeah. So everyone thinks, oh, like people think like, oh, if I go on, you go on someone's channel, you get famous. You're gonna get more. No. That's not how it works. You're a guest on someone else's show. I, however, like to advertise other gamers. I humanize them. I say, hey, if you wanted to know more about them, here's a taste. Here's another sample. Get them hooked, like a drug dealer, but a pharmacist drug dealer. Anyways, as I've told you, but for those who are watching the replay or watching now that don't know what Lavistro's show, DragonCast, is all about, I started this whole thing, DragonCast, Lavistro Plays, and my new shows, Lavistro Rants, because people don't believe there's good games out there. And I wanted to show there was, and then people kept asking for more. So as a requirement to be on my panel, I always ask people, hey, do you have a game to recommend for everyone? And it's what we're doing now. And I think Dash wants to start off. He's so excited. Dash, please. I was trying to be. I know you said you're going to get fixed, but please get that head fixed soon. As someone who went to art school, that proportion is literally making my eyes twitch, especially with that hammer.
Yeah, it's going to get bigger. I'll be able to take the tank top, and so like
that's what he said.
But yeah, like the head's going to get fixed. But yeah, I have the screen. So I just got this on Switch. I did a little online shopping today. The Front Mission 1 remake. So it came out in like the early 90s, like the original. And they've been remaking like a bunch of these and releasing them. It looks like a mech turn-based strategy game. So I'm not really like ultra familiar with this series, but I'm a fan. I'm friends with a lot of like mech enthusiasts, so I'm sure they'll appreciate that I'm getting this. And plus, turn-based strategy games are like crack to me. Yeah, so let's say, well, it was on sale on Switch, but it's at full price on Steam. But I'm sure it'll go on sale again. It's relatively cheap.
That looks actually kind of nice.
Yeah.
It kind of reminds me of Command and Conquer Generals when I'm seeing the...
Yeah.
It definitely has that vibe.
It looks
Even with
cool.
the font.
You definitely tell it's an old game.
It's a remake of an old game, like with new graphics. Like, so like the story and like setting and stuff were like made like,
I'd love to see
over 2 decades ago, but like the game's remade.
I'd love to see a remake of the original Command and Conquer.
Oh yeah.
Oh, didn't they just
definitely.
do a remaster?
Yeah, kind of. I've got it. I played it, and
I want to see a remaster of the Red Alert with Tim Curry in it.
Oh yeah,
They need to put him back in.
Oh yeah, they'd have to get the actors' rights. So like you have George Takei, Gina Carano, Jim Carrey's ex-wife. That game is like filled with so many like really talented live action like stars, and it is like, and that is like my favorite turn-based strategy game is Red Alert 3. And I suck at turn-based strategy games, but that one, the political like humor and satire was just so good back then.
Oh yeah.
But back when people knew how to do it.
Yep. So yeah, that's an awesome title. That's an awesome pick. I didn't even hear they did a remake. So
yeah, Front Mission. They've also remade Front Mission 1 and Front Mission 2.
Really?
Yeah. Man,
I'm so out of loop. And here I am always harping on, there are good games out here, and here I didn't even know this was coming around.
Yeah.
we're gonna see a lot such games getting a remake because we're in that era.
We're kind of in that era. Like we were in it with movies for now, but now there's
Exactly.
a high demand for like remakes
Good
of old
games.
games, and I'm very iffy about remakes, especially when they change things for modern sensibilities.
Like Dead Rising, they destroyed my girl.
that was beyond atrocious what Capcom did.
Yeah, that's why I streamed the OG and not the remake. I was like, "Fuck you! I want my shit.
Also has
I want my arrow shot.
Hopefully,
I want to see the cleavage of my girl."
Yeah, I wanted to hear the actual voice of Frank West play Frank West.
Mm-hmm. Well, you know what's even funnier is when I played that game, I forgot about this. I mean, I knew it was there, but I forgot about it until I was playing the game. But if that game came out today as an original title, it would have been accused of being woke because you could wear women's clothing.
Yeah.
But back then, it was just to be comical.
Back then, it was a joke.
Yeah, because I would literally wear women's clothing purposefully when I was beating the special forces. Like, you just got beaten by a man in a dress.
Oh, and in Dead Rising 2, you can wear this, like, you can dress like a hick hillbilly girl.
Mm-hmm. The Daisy Dukes outfit, yes. And then they also had the dildo.
Oh, yeah, the dildo. Yeah, the third game up, you actually fight this, like, this bisexual pervert, and then like get this like this cock gun, that flamethrower.
Mm-hmm. Oh yeah, there was a woke cop, fat, pink hair.
Yeah, pretty. Was probably a lesbian.
Most likely a lesbian. But yeah, so that was awesome. Bo, did you find one today or?
Yeah, just a moment. Got one.
Dan, I don't want to. That's right. I accidentally kick you from studio. I'm sorry. Just come back in, okay?
Okay.
I don't have my glasses.
Yeah, if you kick me by mistake, that's fine.
Yeah, I'm trying to shut down your thing.
Okay. No. Oh yeah, I'll close it.
Okay, thank you.
This game is not available yet, but however, one of my favorite streamers, I guess the devs gave her early access to it to test it out and let her stream it and stuff. That's what brought it to my attention. It's a game called Crosswind, and it's a pirate survival game.
I was going to recommend this game. Okay, you go ahead and recommend this game. I got a plan B.
With a drunken sailor, what will we do with a drunken sailor?
That looks very good.
Oh yeah.
Oh
it's,
man,
it's Valheim meets
blown
Pirates.
away again.
It's literally Valheim Pirates. It's literally what it is.
Yeah, first Sega, now whoever this studio is, like they how come everyone can make a pirate game but Ubisoft?
But it looks pretty cool. And from what I've seen of Anna Briella play of it, it looks pretty cool to play.
Mm-hmm. That's like one of my favorite games is Black Sails.
But yeah, it's not available yet for just anybody.
I actually requested to be part of the testing, so I'm waiting to get access.
You say Black Sails is getting a game?
Was it Assassin's Creed Black Flag? Or what was it, Black Sails? It's the Assassin's Creed one.
Oh, the Assassin's Creed Black Flag, yeah.
It's one of my favorites because it's like I love medieval games, but another games I like is pirates with naval battles and shit like that. Like I loved Sid Meier's Pirates when it came out. The remake, the one from the early 2000s, because that was like one of the earliest remakes. I don't think they remade it after that one, but that one was a great game.
I made a suggestion to Funcom. They should do one based off the Bonanza map from the old television show set in that time period. They haven't got back with me about that yet.
All right. And disgusting, I let you go next if you have one.
I do. I actually changed what I was going to say. Just a second.
You had
See,
Crosswind too.
no. Actually, I had Tides of Annihilation, but I want to showcase this because we talked about when the favorite games. This is the Gothic 1 remake. That original game is from 2001. They're making a remake for years now, and finally we're having some notion that in early 2026 there's going to be a release date. So
Enough. Send him in.
the story is amazing, by the way. Like, you have orcs. Wait, sorry. You have orcs. You have all the things that you would see in a modern open world RPG. You have several
Welcome to the
factions.
Valley of Mines, an immense penal colony. For the
You're
war against
basically
the
nameless,
orcs, the only
and
undefeated
the
enemies
battle-
of
the
the
battle-
Kingdom of Murtana. The king
Sorry.
needed ore.
Could you
I'm getting confused.
you can press the sound button and I'll mute it, I believe.
Yeah, I'm gonna mute it. And
There we go.
the thing is that this game is in my experience the first truly open world, and you could do so many stuff in 2001 that I would have considered impossible for a game at that point. You have factions, you have different progressions, you had to be very careful what you say, you had immediate consequences, you had future consequences. Basically, it was proto Witcher for me when I discovered what The Witcher is. And I'm very excited about this game. There is actually a prologue demo that you can play, which, let me just see.
It was showing it right there. It was right down there. You
Is
scroll
it?
down. Yeah, right. Scroll down. See right there.
Yeah.
Download.
Yeah,
Remake prologue.
you can download the demo and try it.
Mhm.
I think they're still gonna iron some kinks because the demo is a bit clunky. But if you don't want to wait for this and you want to play the original from 2001 and then the second from, I think, 2003, I strongly encourage you because the story is enticing. It is very well thought. You have gods, everything, again, factions. You have different ways you can go, different classes that you can pick. You can multi-class. It's pretty well made for a game in 2001. And with this remake, they're also going to add more story and flesh out some of the story.
Ooh.
So, yeah, in my opinion, this is one of the OG open world games that are kind of like The Witcher that you can play. It's not very well known, by the way, for a lot of people because it is a German game and they didn't quite go all the way globally. But I think this one will do better. Actually, it was promoted by several streamers already, the demo, so I think it's gonna do well. And if you want to check it out, especially the originals, I think they're on constant sale, for $9.
Yeah, well, they're
something.
THQ is having a big Steam sale right now.
Yeah.
Also,
I'm definitely going to be adding this to my wish list to play. I'm definitely going to try to demo it. It looks. I remember seeing the game on the shelf when the first two came out. I never got it, but watching the visuals, I kind of, in the way you're talking about, I kind of wish I did. It would have blown my mind.
Yeah, it's. I hope they the thing is with upcoming games. It has nothing to do with Piranha Bytes, who are the original ones, sadly.
Mhm.
But at least from what they're saying, they're trying to keep it in spirit the best they can. Hopefully, they will.
Yep.
Obviously, full trust cannot be achieved until we see everything. But yeah, I think this has the potential to be a great game.
I do want to point out with the Crosswinds one, the finishing it looked better than Sea of Thieves. I did not catch it until now, but yeah, Crosswind. I saw some streamers playing it, and some of the streamers I watched, they also play like Conan Exiles and this and that. They're not in our circles; they're like just regular streamers, or big. They're actually bigger streamers, like 200 to 500K following. And they were streaming. I was like, man, I wish I could stream that game. Well, I have a plan B. Now, have you ever heard of the game, The Killing Antidote? It's kind of like similar to Resident Evil. It's a zombie game.
Killing Anecdote.
Antidote. The Killing Antidote.
No.
There's mods that you play the female.
It looks good.
Hello.
It is. But I not recommending that one. Because I believe I recommended it before. But one of my viewers, Valkyria Winner, he told me about a game that's very similar to it, called The Parasites. If I could just read and without my glasses, that's awesome. There we go. There it is, The Parasites. You basically, it's like a building survival game. I love those type of games. You're building, crafting. It's like Valheim Zombies. So I thought
kind of gives me the Forest vibes.
Yeah, pretty much. But you don't have to create your character, and it does have a female protagonist. It does have nudity. It's survival and open world. Normally, I go for customer creation or customization type games when it comes to this. But I saw it's like, you know what? I could still play. I mean, I like Tomb Raider, for crying out loud. I'm just pretty sure I'm going to die every time I fight a zombie if she has a nice ass.
Understandable.
Yeah. No, it's pretty cool. I thought it's coming soon. It's not out yet, and it does have a demo. So I like games back in the day when we were kids that had a free demo. I would get magazines just for those free demos, just so I could play, because we were too poor to always get a game.
Yeah. Demo discs.
Demo discs were amazing.
But he did say the game is made by one person, which, yes, there's a lot of going to be a lot of issues, but I'm still willing to try it. It's
for a single person developer, that looks quite nice.
I think he probably did it in Unreal Engine 5, which is going to be a challenge in of itself, because I worked in that engine in my freelance game designs, and it's not optimized, and I had no knowledge on how to optimize the engine. I just trust the clients that hired me to work on a project for them. Like, they'll say, hey, can you build this level for us? Can you code this for us? Can you do this for us? I'm like, yeah, sure. I trust that they're going to optimize the code. I give them my best code as I can, and they don't. So I don't even expect corporations to do it, because they expect that they assume the people who made the software would do it, and they don't want to do anything that's going to cost them money. You know, it's like they say, well, you broke the warranty and optimized the code, and that's why it's broken, so we're not going to deal with it. So that's why they won't do it. So Epic Games needs to fix their shit. But I think it's a very for everything that's being done. Like, I can recognize some of the assets and stuff, so I'm assuming it is Unreal Engine. But these are assets that, like, you could like the characters look like they're made by, you know, himself, or he had commission, whatever. But I think it's a really well designed game, really good concept. I don't think it's your typical zombie flick, because he said you're surviving after a meteor crash. So I want to give it a shot. So I might actually make a day where I just do demos that my fans recommend.
There's an old movie about like that I think he might have been inspired by. There's actually Night of the Comet, I think is what it was called, where comet passed by, turned, all but a few people into zombies.
Oh,
So
wow.
that may have been where he got that
So
inspiration
this might
from.
be. Yeah.
Yep. And for those who don't know, I learned of the Killing the Antidote from Furious Dan. He was streaming a while back, and I liked it. And it's got mods for it too. There are mods for that game too. It's a really good game. I liked watching him play it.
Yeah,
I'm
it's not
eventually
even
going to play it.
full release yet. They got mods for it.
Mm-hmm. But yes, and so that being said, oh, hold on. I remember when Fear was coming to Xbox 360, the expectation of it. I remember that game. I remember people actually got traumatized from that game. But that was the whole point of the game, was to scare you. Fear. I think it was Fear. But I loved that game. Oh, Kenneth, hello. But that being said, we are, like I said, overpressed for time. I do apologize. I know it's supposed to be really late for you to discuss thing. I do apologize, but
It's tomorrow.
these type of political ones are usually, this is why you normally don't do them. These type of political topics tend to get drawn out because we want to make sure everyone has a fair chance to talk about it. And thankfully, we never had to have any drama about it. But we're gonna go around the circle. So discussing, you've already given it your thing, so we don't have to worry about that. That's awesome, and you did a really good job. Bo, what you got going on next week? Where can people find you? And yeah.
I got back in after I finished up the story for Watchtower, that mod from Starfield. So I was just continuing on with my redhead in Starfield, and I'll probably do a couple more Conan. I'm putting together a couple more no commentary cyberpunk videos and stuff, normal stuff. There may be a trip out to Florida soon. My sister's health is still not all that good. They did the surgery on her, but she's having some complications with the wound and not able to go home right now. Without getting into too much detail, it's a serious matter. So, if you are the praying sort, throw a couple of prayers for my sister.
Absolutely.
So things are not looking too good for her right at the moment. So hopefully that'll turn around within this next week. My mom's going to go out there Monday. So,
yeah, I'll definitely keep you in our prayers.
Yeah, same here.
Hopefully it all goes well.
But I'm going to, even my sister told me, just keep doing what you do, because she's at the hospital with her tablet and stuff, and she watches my stream sometimes. So, yeah,
that's awesome. Yeah, it's sad she's going through that. I remember you getting the news on your live stream, and yeah, we'll keep praying for her, and keep watching your content, because it's also awesome, and your content's awesome, and I hope it helps her. That's what I'm trying to say.
yeah.
I'm horrible at these bad
It helps her, gives her an alternatives to watch stuff than what's on TV at the hospital.
Yeah, well, that's what
You've
a
been
lot of
stuck
people
in
do
the hospital,
nowadays.
you
People
know,
would rather
yeah.
watch streamers than watch like what's on cable, or even on streaming for that matter.
Yeah. Now, Dash, what you got going on, and where can people find you?
Well, you guys, you can all find me on X, Rumble, mainly YouTube and X, and also on Kick. I need to decide what game I want to play. I probably will start playing Chronicles of the Wolf at some point. Like, I wanted to wait till I got this outfit. The new model before I put in that game. I got a physical copy. I might start that up sometime during the week. I just had a guest on the channel, so I don't know if I'll be doing that, but I should be continuing my Dead Space playthrough tomorrow with Lucid.
Awesome. Yes. And like I said, we've already discuss thing, but I'm giving you shout outs there. Go follow him. I'm still locked out on X, but I already follow him. Elon Musk, you need to fix your shit. I know AI is great and the next wonderful thing since sliced bread, but it's not the answer to everything. You still need humans.
Yeah, robots can't do everything.
No, it's not robots.
Your army of robots.
Robots are hardware. This is AI. And one day, AI is going to enslave us all and use us as meat suits and stuff like that for their cyborg warriors and make the rest of us sit down and pause to energize or power them up. And the unlucky ones are going to be spending the rest of their lives computing pi.
Optimus robots.
Yeah. If you can guess all the references I just said, including the last one about computing pi, you're a real gamer. Especially with the last one. That being said, for me, yes, you can find me on all these wonderful platforms. I'm actually having a bitter feud with Kick right now because of their AI bots. Hey, you're a great streamer for unrated potential. You should use come to my Discord and I will help you get to 500 followers, blah, 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 blah. I'm not that stupid. I do say I'm an idiot, but I'm not stupid. I'm not going to do what Hollywood celebrities did on X. Pay $2,500 for what? 500 followers to look like they're relevant, and then they're no longer relevant anymore. Yeah, no. But it's late, so I'm probably won't be streaming because we've been talking for 4.5 hours and stuff. But if I do stream, it'll be Duke Nukem. Then we also have Left 4 Dead 2 on Wednesdays. And on Fridays, we also have Satisfactory. And you might see me collabing with a few people over the week. If not, every night starting from 9 to 10 p.m. Central, I am streaming. This week will be the last week where I'll probably stream long hours on the weekdays because my son goes back to school the following Monday on the 11th. But yeah, follow these awesome people and their channels. Discuss things. Thank you for coming. I'm glad we finally were able to do this. You don't know how stoked I was to have you on. And
same here.
Congratulations, chat. Sonny did not go sploosh. So you should thank Discuss Thing for not using his awesome music. Go to his music channel when Sonny's not around so you could hear it and be safe and dry. That being said, play the games you want your way. And happy gaming, everybody. You're still here. What? You thought there'd be a post-credit scene or something? This isn't a Disney movie. Show's over. Go get some sleep. Play a video game. Watch another YouTube video. I gotta take care of the Dragon Wing and possibly get some sleep myself. Goodbye all, and thanks for watching. And happy gaming.